Hello, excuse me. Hey, Nagesh. Hi, Nagesh Rao. Can you hear me?
Yes, I could able to hear you, Prakash. Namaskara.
ಈಗ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ 11:30 ಅಲ್ವಾ ಇವಾಗ ರಾತ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ?
ಹೌದು ಯಾ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದೆ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರೋ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಹಾಲ್ ಬಂತು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಡನ್.
ನೀವು ಮನೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದ್ದೀರಲ್ವಾ?
ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಹಿಯರ್ ಯು.
ಓಕೆ, ಐ ನೋ. ಇದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಡೇ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಅದು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಪುಡಾರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು. I got a message. Good morning, sir. We're going to starting in a while, and the first presenter you. That was about 20 minutes ago. Anyway, I just want to make sure if technically you and we both are all right. I would like to Good morning, everyone. Today I am presenting. Good morning, everyone. Today I am presenting. Good morning. We can hear you. Can you speak a little bit louder? Hello, everyone. Nageshwar, can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, I can able to hear you now. Now,
Yeah, I just saw briefly Chowdhury on the screen and then he went away. So I have no idea as to exactly how long this is going to take and when are they going to start, because it's late in the night for me here and I have another early morning meeting tomorrow. So do you know any as to when they are going to start? Because I have absolutely had no communication on that as to what time this is going to start. Let me see if I have any email. Yeah, I had an email. They said there is a technical difficulty starting in 10 minutes.
ସେମାନେ ତାଙ୍କ ଭିଡିଓ ଏଥିରେ କନେକ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବେନି। Hello. 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 Senahandi first jono nahandi. Dr. M. Nageswar Rao, can you hear me? Hello. M. Nageswar Rao.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Can you able to hear me too? But I feel very broken voice though.
Sorry, sir.
Hello.
Sir,
Can you able to hear?
yes, please tell me. Yes, please sir, tell me.
Hello.
Dr. M. Can you hear me, sir? Dr. M. Nageswar, I'm getting to response was there actually Dr. M.
That's a good one.
Hello. Hello, Dr. M. Nageswar Rao. Can you please unmute yourself? Dr. M. Nageswar Rao, are you there? Dr. M. Nageswar Rao, are you there? Sir, can you start your presentation now? Sir, can you start your presentation?
Yes, I'm here. Can you able to hear us? Hello. Can you able to hear me too?
Presentation now, sir? Yes.
Yes, I can. Can you able to see my slides now? Hello?
Hello.
This is Rao. Can you able to see my slides now? I have shared my slides now.
No, please share your slide. Yes, sir. Please share.
Hello? Can you able to see the slides now?
Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. 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 Hello.
Check. Hello.
Check, check, check.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. ଆସୁଛି ତ ମୁଁ ତ ସେତେବେଳେ କହୁଛି ଜଣେ କିଏ ଆମ ଭିତରୁ କହୁନ କଣ ପାଇଁ?
check. Check, check.
A very good morning, everyone. We are extremely sorry about the technical glitch. Without any further time, let us start. Let us begin with the sessions. I would request all of you to kindly welcome Dr. Ajit Kumar Sasani, Honorable Director, ICAR, National Institute for Plant Biotechnology, New Delhi, India, and he is talking on developing essential oil extraction clusters for a sustainable rural economy. Please welcome, sir, with a big round of applause.
Check.
I'll tell aromas are there. Different type of molecules are there. So we can classify the plants into hydrophytes, insectivorous, like this, many things. Hydrophytes, epiphytes, fungi, parasite, flowering plant, non-flowering plant, angiosperms, gymnosperms, and we go on basis classification. Some students are there, basis classifications, Hodgkinson's classifications, Bentham and Hooker classifications, chemical taxonomy, numerical taxonomy, there are many things, what not. But the essence is, the concept is the plants grow in different climate, they produce, their morphology is different, their chemistry is different, their many things are different. Next. So again, I told they're exposed to different type of stresses. There are attractions, associations, so many things are there. Next. So in their armory, so they have secondary metabolites, as I told. So these are called terpenoids, alkaloids, flavonoids, glycoside, phenylpropanoids, lignans, and many more molecules. Next. So we classify them. We are human beings. We will classify those molecules to medicinal and aromatic. And we learn from the plants and use them for our own immunity. In COVID situations, your mother or grandmother might have given you many of the plant decoction called kadha. आप खा रहे थे ना? सुबह शाम खा रहे थे ना? उग गए थे खा के घर में रह के, तो वो प्लांट से आता है। ये प्लांट्स अपने लिए बनाते हैं, हम बहुत चालाक हैं, उसमें से लेके हम खा लेते हैं अपना इम्यून सिस्टम को स्ट्रांग करने के लिए। सो हम उसको क्लासिफाई करते हैं, वी क्लासिफाई देम मेडिसिनल एंड एरोमेटिक। नेक्स्ट। सो द लाइन, कोई घबराने के बाद नहीं है, नो नीड टू टेक दिस मॉलिक्यूल्स एंड ऑल दिस थिंग इनसाइड, जस्ट लिसन टू मी एंड सी द पिक्चर, बस एंजॉय। The line above primary metabolites, line below secondary metabolites. So the plants that I have listed down some different plants, they are dominant in different metabolites, terpenoids, phenylpropanoids, alkaloids, and again alkaloids, there are different classifications, benzyl, isoquinone alkaloids, there are indole alkaloids, there are many types of alkaloids that are there. The pathways are different. So when you grow old like me, then you will remember all those pathways in your brain. So right now, no need to worry about that. Next. So what we have done, we have gone for sequencing of the Tulsi. Next. See, there are 273 plants genomes are already been sequenced. Next. Quickly, we have gone for the, I'll not describe, but Tulsi plant, jante ho na? You know Tulsi. So we have sequenced the Tulsi plant. What is the purpose of sequencing the Tulsi plant? Is the first plant which has been sequenced in India, but medicinal plant. So to get the genes, all the genes out, so why for we are actually, हम क्यों पूजा करते हैं उसको? कुछ molecules तो होगा, कुछ कारण तो होगा. So scientifically, can you describe that? Ayurvedically, you can describe that. So all these molecules, what they do, and how these molecules are biosynthesized in the plants. So the genes we can take out. Yes, we have taken out some of the genes. We have proved some of the genes which are actually present here, and the molecules are actually present here, not present in any other plants. That is epietrin, one of the molecules which is actually flavonoid. It is coming out to be very unique to this plant. Next. So we have created genomic resources. Next, go on. Yeah. These are the genomic resources from different aromatic plants. Strategic genomic resources we have developed. So we will be going for utilizing these genes, isolating genes from them and utilizing them. Next. So there are genes, these are the genes which are being identified and isolated from different plants, aroma genes. I mean to say aroma genes. Next. Chaliye. Go back. Next. And where they are being synthesized, there are some of the specialized structures. These are called trichomes. Trichomes in different plants. Because, acha, koi pite hai ki? Nahi. Okay, nahi. Koi nahi. If you take, people say, I am not telling, people say if you take 1 peg, it is fine, 2 peg, it is fine, 3 peg, it is fine, 4 peg, it is okay, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 50 peg, you will die. So everything excess is bad. So if the plant produces small amount of that molecule, it is good for itself. If you produce higher amount of that molecule, it will be toxic to the plant. For that reason, they have specialized structures where they produce and deposit them and protect them from outside so that it will not be harming the other cells. So for that reason, specialized structures are there called trichome. Next. So different promoters pathway of genes. Actually, that presentation was there. I thought I'll play it here. I will not explain it. Next. So the tissue specific promoters we have isolated from the whole pathway, menthol biosynthetic pathway from 7 genes, and all the 7 promoters are being isolated and they are expressing in the trichomes only. So you can clone a genes in the promoter, and if you send it to any plants, it will be expressing in the trichomes. So if you want to produce a smell, aroma genes from not present in one plant and take it from other plant and produce in the trichomes. So it will be expressing in the trichomes. So it will not harm other cells. Next. So there are some of the genes already we have cloned, monoterpenoid genes. Next. This is sexyterpenoid genes we have cloned. You see the amount, 10 milligram is $300. So pyridipenoid gene we have cloned. So commercially utilizable gene, and this particular chemical is helpful in lactation. If the animals they smell, they give higher amount of milk. Next. So see one of the plant vetiver, bena, Odia bena kondi. Janicha benachara. So bena plant, see the number of molecules identified. So now there are a huge number of molecules, and this particular plant is actually this root is tolerant or resistant, whatever you can say, to pest, insect, bacteria, virus, anything. It is staying there. It is actually not susceptible to salinity, alkalinity. You can grow in any soil. You can grow without water, and a number of days it will stay. So the number of molecules are very high. So there are different molecules. They help. I mean to say, the molecules, they help the plant to stay tough, rough and tough, and grow. Next. Livelihood security. I'll come down to livelihood. What is the main theme of the next, please. See the world trade in different aromatic plants and the gaps, domestic demand and production scenario in India. So there is a huge gap of these plants and their products. So we have potential to produce this product. What do we do actually? We produce some of the essential oil and send abroad, and we get the finished product, perfumes. You use French perfumes, na? French and Italian perfumes. You don't like Indian perfumes. So you get the finished product, and this finished product, we use it higher cost, it multiple of the cost. So what we should do? We should produce, we should be Atmanirbhar, self-sufficient in production of essential oil, so that you can fractionate, produce molecule, derivatize it, and then go for production of our finished product. Next. Main plants. Next. So these are the plants, the Indian production and total demand. These are the plants. Next. So how many man days employment you can generate if you cultivate these plants, and how many hectares you can develop in these plants to get self-sufficiency. So these are the things we have calculated. So there is a huge potential. Next. So for that, when I was in CMAP, I was working in Central Institute of Medicine Aromatic Plant earlier. So we developed Aroma Mission. This is the 5th year of Aroma Mission. It is going on. First 3 years, I have worked on it as a PI, Principal Investigator. So what we have done, we have gone for the cultivation, distillation, value addition, and aromatic product. So all the end-to-end. So cultivations, we used to give planting material free. They generate the planting material, identify some of the clusters, and go to the farmer and explain them, and they give the planting material, and they will grow. We give the technology how to grow. Then get the and install the distillation unit there, train them how to distill the essential oil, and then arrange the marketing, traders, and some of the products, how they can prepare from the aromatic essential oil. So we train them. Next. So these are the 28 states, more than 1400 clusters established in the past 3 years. Next. So these are the plants, dry land, flood-prone land, primary and secondary salinity, hills, valley, eroded, degraded, orchard and plantation. Which plant you will grow in which area, which soil. So that has been determined, and it has been, we are gone there. Next. Economics. Next. So if you see, the net return is 185,000. This is per hectare. Pamaroja, that means 120,000. The net profit is 40,000, 125,000, 120,000. Different aromatic plants. This is a rough calculation. It can increase and decrease depending upon the place. Next. Then Mentha arvensis, Mentha piperita, or economics are being done. We go to the farmers with the economics. And this is the minimum economics. You can go more than that. You can get more than that. Next. So rose, geranium, patchouli. Next. A huge area of land which are actually degraded land. We call it salinity, alkalinity, sand and coastal area, waterlogged, then underutilized forest lands. So those lands can be utilized with these aroma crops. We need not replace our food crops or vegetable crops or any other crops which are actually staple foods with these plants. We can grow in degraded lands, the lands not utilized. There are many fallow lands. If you travel from here to Sambalpur, when I used to travel to Redakul, a huge tract of land not done, left. Next. There is what I mean to say, there is potential in we can grow. Next. Area covered in this particular Arma mission, lots of area covered. Next. All over India, you have seen the Indian map, it has been dotted. So how, again, planting material provided to the farmers. I'm giving some picture quickly. I'll go through these pictures. Next. So distillation unit is installed. There are many distillation units established in different places, in different capacity, and people are being trained. Next. This is a training and awareness program covered all over India. Next. Then we have developed some genotypes which are being released by Prime Minister. Next. This is Madhepur in Bihar, Madhepur flood affected area. Next. Flood affected area, Eastern Uttar Pradesh, Vetiver plantation. Next. Plantation in Majuli Island, in Assam, where soil erosion is there. Next. Then Naxalites affected Bastar region. Next. Dudua Tiger Reserve, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh. Next. Jharkhand. Then Uti, Tamil Nadu, it has been replaced with geranium. New geranium plants are being replaced. Next. Pamaroja, Kutch, Gujarat. Next. Then Vidarbha, Bundelkhand, drought affected area. You cannot grow anything. Food crop will not be grown. So you can grow lemongrass and Pamaroja. Next. Bundelkhand again, Uttar Pradesh. Next. Then these are two civil engineers and textile engineers. So they left IIT. They went to their native place, purchased some of the land and grown Mentha. Mentha is being grown in Indo-Gangetic plains. Now it is grown in Tamil Nadu. So they are earning a lot of money. So they became entrepreneurs. Next, there are some examples, good examples. Agriculturists may not be going for agriculture, but IITians, they all go for agriculture. Next. So she is one lady, she is producing rose water and she was exporting to neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bhutan, and neighboring countries, rose water, CMAP technology. Next. Then she left a job in IPCA company. She came and started producing different shampoos, sabun, soaps, and different cosmetic products. Next. This is in Tamil Nadu. See the number of products produced in the vetiver plant. From vetiver plant, he alone is producing, his catalog contains around 200 products. From single plant, vetiver. Vetiver shampoo, vetiver oil, means scented oil, then vetiver tincture, vetiver soaps, vetiver phenyl, vetiver whatnot. He produced everything from vetiver. Next. Innovation from vetiver root after extraction of the oil. So you can go for produce jackets, vetiver jackets. During the summer, you can wear this jacket with a little bit of water and move around very nicely. Just like when there was no AC, our Maruti 800 was earlier there. We used to put vetiver mat on the top of it and put some water and enjoy the coolness. So you will be cool. Next. Go back. So there are chappals also, vetiver chappals. Next. So overall progress. So we have done some progress and we are doing some progress. Next. Again, Nabarangpur. We worked in Nabarangpur. We got the Scotch Award. 11 institutes, 6 ICR institute, 5 CSR institute together. We work together to produce aromatic plants also and many other plants, food crop, everything together. So Nabarangpur bagged the Scotch Award. Next. Again in Jharkhand. So he told in Man Ki Baat about this aroma mission, how Jharkhand people they are being benefited. Next. So these are my variety, some of the Tulsi variety. Now I have given it to Puri. Puri, you know, Vishnu Jagannath Tulsi Priya. So Tulsi. So I have 9 variety of Tulsi almost. So 5 variety of Tulsi grown in Puri. Say we are extracting essential oil. The person may come in the evening, who is the entrepreneur now. He is producing Tulsi tincture, Panch Tulsi. He is Tulsi Agarbatti. So the idea is whether the Vidhavashramas are there, so whether you can train those people to produce Agarbatti so that this Agarbatti can go to the Jagannath temple and Tulsi Agarbatti, different smell Tulsi Agarbatti. So this can go to Jagannath temple and these Vidhavas, the downtrodden people, they can be benefited from that. The idea is there. So whether you can do it, we cannot do it, future will say, but we will be working on it. Let us see. Next. So there are many aromatic plants variety that from our group. So we have developed that. It has been grown in different parts of India. So if somebody interested, we can give those plants also. Next. So this is how agarbatti is being manufactured by the village women. Next. Forget this. Next. Coming to Odisha. What, sir, you are asking what you have done in Odisha. So these are the clusters. So we have developed in 21 districts, 39 clusters, helping more than 800 farmers. So 19 essential oil products, essential oil means more than 6 tons essential oil is being produced now in Odisha. And many of the people, they are selling their product in Amazon. Next. So these are the dots represents the different districts of Odisha. So this is in Mayurbhanj. So I am there, you must be seeing. So giving a training on how to distill the essential oil. Keonjhar, next. Sundargarh, Jharsuguda, next. Sambalpur. So 5 crops. We have studied the soil and wherever which is required. Puri we have studied. Also it is suitable for Tulsi for the, and because of Jagannath, Lord Jagannath, so I have made a Tulsi cluster there. So depending upon the situations, depending upon the requirement, we go for the clusters. Then Sambalpur. Sambalpur again, you might be seeing me running here. Devgarh next. Ongan, Katak, Jagatsinghpur, Tikkarpada Tiger Reserve. Means nothing can be grown there. So the wild animals, they eat up everything. Even if the root crop, fruit crop, they will grow. So these plants, they will be safe. Nobody will eat it. Even if the stray animals like our cow and they will not eat it. Next. Go back. Here, this is in Tikkarpada Tiger Reserve. So we have arranged the people to purchase the oil, and now 1 or 2 persons, they are going regularly to the farmer and collecting the oil, paying the money on the spot. And they are forwarding to outside. So these are the marketing strategy we have utilized. So when the people, they will not get money, they will not grow. As simple as that. A variety will not be accepted by the person if he is not getting the money. So that's the first criteria. If you do something in the field, then you have to first arrange the market. Next. This is Phani affected. After Phani affected area near Brahmagiri. So in the sand, we have planted vetiver. Now it is lost green. Because everything they lost. So how they will get some money, short duration crops. So we have planted vetiver. Next. Puri, Khordha, Puri, that is a Tulsi cluster. Puri Tulsi cluster and lemongrass also. Khordha, Ganjam, Gajpati, next, Nabrangpur, Koraput. These are some of the advantages and some of the sanitation products you can make: natural incense sticks, perfumes, diffusers, use of hydrosols, aromatherapy, pain relieving essential oil formulation, isolation of flower grade menthol crystal from menthol. So these are the things can be done, can be taught, and can be done in the field by itself. So people can earn money. Next. So major crop cultivation, these are the major crop, these are being cultivated in Odisha. One of my friend, I will not do justice if I not take his name. He's from Jagatsinghpur, Dr. Prashant Raut. So he's one of the my main driving force behind me, and wherever I send him, he will go. If I am not available, then he will be taking care. Next. So natural variability. When you grow the plants in Odisha, we have seen checked chemically, their quality is better. Next. This is menthol. Next. Livelihood for women. So we are giving training to women, and we have given a brand to the Nabrangpur Agarbatti, Tulsi Agarbatti. That is called Nabrang. The Tulsi, you can get purchase these Nabrang Agarbattis from Nabrangpur also. Next. So these are some of the trainings to women being given. We called some of the women folks to SIMAP and to give them training to make different product. Next. Then skill development programs, different places. Skill development means how to distill the essential oil, how to make different product out of the essential oil, and how you can sell it. Selling skill also. Next. Recently, we have introduced honeybee to the Tulsi. Just like in France, you get lavender honey, and they sell it astronomical price, and we import them, and many people, very high level people, they eat it, lavender honey. So why not we do our Tulsi honey? So you can have our Tulsi honey. So for that reason, we have introduced honeybees. Next. Some farmers field, there is a glimpses in some farmers field. Next, this is Tulsi plant. This is different type of Tulsi, Osimum basilicum. Not that Tulsi. Also, we grow Osimum sanctum. This is Osimum basilicum. Next. There are again different distillation or proper Tulsi, Gratissimum. We have Gratissimum. Yeah, camphor that is going in Puri. Camphor, it is rich in camphor. Next. Some demonstration. Next. Aromatic crops in field status. Some photographs. Next. Some media. Odisha media. So they have given a lots of, I thank the media also from Odisha to give lots of publicity, coverage to the aromatic plants. Now we have 39 clusters in 21 districts. Next. Some of the products already phenols in large scale people are producing. Some of the products they are using. Next. What are you? Next. So I think I should stop here. I have taken more than 20 minutes. Or should I go on? I have another presentation. If you say, then I will open it up. That is completely biotechnology presentation, nutritional security. Okay. I thank all the team members of Aroma Missions, directors of participating institutes, mission director at CSIR. I'm now in ICAR, and definitely we will be needing the cooperation of everyone to grow this mission to a bigger mission to make India self-sufficient in natural aromatic oil as well as different products. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank the organizer, Dr. Das, to call me here and to speak to you. Though little bit empty, people are not there, but those who are there, if I inspire 1 or 2 or 5 people out of you, then I'll be the happiest person. If 5 people of you can be interested in that and doing or analyzing in your brain, then I'll be happy. And thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you, sir. And thanks everyone. Thank you. Nice talking to you. Thank you. Question answer. Yes. Yes, n number of questions. If the time is, we have gone there. Now we are assessing that possibility to grow lavender there. Lavender is grown in Kashmir. So now we are trying to assess the possibility. We have given some of, actually what happens, first 1 or 2 years, you have to experiment. You cannot give the farmers directly. If you give the farmers directly, they fail, you cannot go to that place. They will beat you up. So first of all, in your own cost, you have to assess, grow the plants in that particular area 2 years. If you are seeing good growth and good product coming up, then only you can give to the farmers. Just like we have done, now we have done Artemisia in Puri, that's the Konark state government KVK place that we have analyzed. Now we are growing Artemisia annua. So if it is coming out to be good, then we will tell the people to grow Artemisia, otherwise we will not. So we have agronomic technologies and all these things from medicinal plant also. But medicinal plant, there is a catch. In aromatic plant, there is a ready market. In medicinal plant, the market fluctuates. There are two types of market. One is the Ayurvedic market, traditional medicine. Another market is extract, preparation of extracts. And then when you go for the preparation of extracts, the companies, they export outside, then there is catch again different regulatory affairs. There are different amount of heavy metal, pesticides residue, which are coming from the groundwater, and many times these are being rejected and sent back to India. So for that reason, giving it is okay to tell that we can grow aromatic medicinal plant and make the farmers self-sufficient, but it is very difficult to create such atmosphere for regulations, which will be required for regulations in future. For this, conforming to 136 pesticides, it should be free. Then you have to arrange, give the data when you export outside. Heavy metals, you have to give the heavy metal analysis. Then you have to have the all the regulatory body certificates. Then it goes up. People are doing that. There are companies like Natural Remedies. They are doing that. But it requires a high precision and high amount of labor by the farmer, which they don't do. And they end up in the traditional market. Yes. 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 Yes, sir. We are promoting that. We are promoting. Both. But there is a vetiver network. It's headquartered in Thailand. So people, they go for erosion, stopping the erosion by vetiver, hatching the house by vetiver. So many things. In Africa, they thatch the house with vetiver. Many things are being done. Yeah. There are training. The training and certificate. They do quality check, but they will not give you a certificate as such. Because if you show the certificate to some police or something like that, then I'll be in trouble. Na? If something happens, suppose you are giving me essential oil, I'll check it. The oil, I have checked it, but you are giving a different product to somewhere else. How do I know that? That's difficult for us because we are not police. Maybe getting a different lot, you are giving 1 or 2 samples. So from the samples, I'll tell you whether it is good or bad. But with that certificate, many people, what they do, they get lots of amount, they send it. The question is that. So you have to have a good certification agency. They are certified certification agency, you can get the certificate. Thank you. Thank you. Nice of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Absolutely commendable presentation. Essential oils are very much in trend right now. and definitely strengthening the rural economy. Commendable work done. Moving ahead, now let's welcome Dr. Samarendra Mahapatra, former professor, head of the Department of AGBM OUAT Bhubaneswar. And he is speaking on agriculture to agri-business. We welcome you, sir. Please welcome, sir, with a round of applause, everyone. Go for it, sir. A round of applause for him. Last year also, he was a part of AgriVision, and
Giving me opportunity to participate in this AgriVision 2023. Since I am associated to Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology in Department of Agriculture Business Management, both teaching and also academic administration. So please change. As you know, there is a shift, there is a transition from traditional subsistence agriculture to profitable, commercial, sustainable agribusiness. And it is from production orientation to market-driven agriculture and farming. So that is the need of the time. So an agribusiness, it relates to worldwide transition, as I told you, from basic subsistence agriculture to productive, commercial, profitable, and sustainable agriculture. That is what needed. And it includes the economic activities in all the areas, entire supply chain in agriculture, starting from agriculture inputs, agri-production, agri-logistics, agri-processing, agricultural financing, and agri-food marketing, entire chain, starting from input till consumption, point of consumption. It refers to the managerial, basic managerial functions as planning, organizing, directing, and controlling of agri inputs in all the inputs, processing, as well as the produce agri outputs in the both public as well as private sector organ. These basic managerial functions are very much essential to efficiently run this area, both input processing as well as output. It refers to the managerial functions in all the aspects, and also this primary sector agriculture, it links to the secondary sector, that is manufacturing industries, mostly agro-based industries, and agri-related corporate houses. It focuses on developing the high-value products. We mean there is a transition, a shift from basic food grains, that is rice, wheat, pulses, to commercial farming and agriculture, that is your oil seeds, jute, cotton, sugarcane, etc. And also the more focus on this high value agri produce, like the fruits, vegetables, then floriculture, then all allied activities and areas like the dairy products, fish, meat, egg, etc. So these are the areas where more focus and attention is given by the corporate houses, by the producing farmers, as well as by the government as a stakeholder. The agribusiness assists in facing the challenges that is taking place in the external environment, market environment, coping with the climate change through climate resilient agriculture, with taking the opportunities of the climate, and also resisting the production and all the activities, Then it's satisfying the changing consumer expectations. There is a change in the consumption habits, the lifestyle of the consumers. So based on that, the demand pattern also changes for consuming various agri-food items. And the meeting the rising demand for the food and fiber of high quality, because there is no compromise in the quality. Side by side, the has to be cost effective and affordable. Investing in farm productivity, how to improve and increase the production of quality farm produce from the same patch of land, because land is fixed, whereas the population is growing. There is an increased demand for food items. And learning and adopt new technologies, especially the affordable and cost-effective technology, which is will be getting more popular in the villages of rural region of India. And the threat of resource depletion. As you know, the water, there is a depletion of the groundwater, also depletion of the forestry. These natural resources has to be conserved, has to be protected. Then what is the impact of agribusiness? So it leads to more food, nutritional security at affordable price. As I told you, because of increasing population and decreasing the natural resources, how to improve the productivity of agriculture. That is the main attention. It raises the farm income and reduces the risk by crop diversification. Diversification from basic food grains to the high value agri products, as I have already told you, to fruits, vegetables, floriculture, and allied sectors. Crop insurance, because to protect and the coverage the risk of the farm producing farmers for the crop they're growing for the entire cropping season, how to protect it, both production risk, processing risk, as well as marketing risk in all the areas of the chain. Then contract farming, which shifting the risk from the producing farmers to the corporate houses, those who have entered into contractual agreement with the selected farmers with respect to for specific parameters, what the type of crop the agri produce they need, what quality, and how much quantity they need, what is the should be the production and supply schedule, and also what should be the price at which they will buy. With all these parameters, they enter into agreement with the corporate houses who buy the entire produce at the pre-decided agreed price. That is what shifting the risk from the farmers to the corporates. So that is also area gaining more popular, the contract farming, and also the new technologies that is coming because of the revolution is taking place in agricultural technologies, the application of modern tools and techniques that will reduce the cost, improve the quality of the farm produce. It supports the growers, the producing farmers, and the traders through the online National Agricultural Marketing Portal, ENAM, which is shortly called ENAM, which is helping by connecting the farmers to the potential traders and vendors who will be buying the agri produce. And it is a win-win solution for both the sides. And then AgMarkNet, the agricultural marketing, the information system, which the connecting to the global supply chain. And also the commodity exchanges, which supports the farming community as well as the traders and vendors by giving a platform to sell the agricultural products with the transparency and with the standard procedures. And that's why the major commodity exchanges in India are NCDEX, National Commodity and Derivative Exchange, as well as multi-commodity exchanges, those who are guided by SEBI. So that is also a major support to the farming community, as well as the traders and vendors, those who are dealing with agricultural commodities. Then it tackles the challenges of agro-based industries, those industries that has come up in the rural regions, processing the raw agricultural products with the secondary and tertiary level, higher level, advanced processing and value addition, which fetches a good demand and higher price. And also increasing the share of the producing farmers in the MRP that we all consumers pay to buy the products from the retail outlets. And the agripreneurs, those who are involved and engaged in entrepreneurship or startup in agri-allied activities in the rural regions. It focuses on empowering the small and marginal farmers. As you know, around 80 to 85% of the farmers in India, they belong to small and marginal farmers with land size of less than 2 acres. So they need to be supported. And many of the government programs and schemes are targeting how to improve their livelihood, their income. And because of that, the concept of formation of the farmer producer organization in general and farmer producer companies in specific has come up. And that is empowering the small and marginal farmers to deal and to market linkage and covering the risk, and all the support can be given easily by these farmers interest groups, those who form the farmers producer organization with the support of the institutional framework. The major organization in India, like the NABARD, as you know, the apex body, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NAFED, National Agricultural Marketing Federation, and NCDC, National Cooperative Development Corporation, and NDDB for the dairy farmers, National Dairy Development Board, as well as with the support of SFAC, Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium. So these are the organizations who are having the responsibility to support, to form the farmer producers companies and to support them for healthy functioning. That is what very essential. Not only forming new FPOs, but how to ensure, how to nurture them, how to ensure that they are performing profitably, viably. And that's why continuous support, monitoring, guidance is very much essential, and also the seed capital initially required to start the activities in agri-allied sector. Agribusiness also leads to the concept of protected farming and agriculture. That is to grow the crops in a controlled environment, off-season agri-produce, which fetches a higher demand and higher market price. So that is also an area which is gaining popularity. So it focuses on sustainable technology adoption, like the renewable energy. As you know, the application of the solar energy in the field of agriculture, like solar pumps, water heating systems, and allied areas. The wide application of the solar energy, then the wind power, the biomass power, biogas plants, etc. With this is a major support, as well as the organic farming, which is eco-friendly, environmentally friendly, is also is a shift, and also there is a focus on of the government how to popularize the organic farming with the support of the corporate houses. Then integrated farming. The area of integrated farming again is a eco-friendly farming system where crop as well as the livestock, they mutually support each other. The crop residue is used by the dairy farm, then fishery and poultry farms, and also the byproduct of this dairy farm, like the biogas plant, the gobar gas plant, where the byproduct, that is slurry, that is used as a organic input manure in the agriculture. And also the bark droppings are used for organic to improve the soil fertility. So it is a mutual support. That's why it is getting more popular nowadays, the integrated farming system. Then the climate resistance farming. That is also how to take care of the adverse climatic conditions to support the farming and agriculture. That is also an area of study and focus of the corporate and the research organizations, research scientists. Then agribusiness management focuses on the application of the drone technology, Internet of Things, robots, then sensors, then GPS, global positioning system and global information system based production and harvesting. Then the application of artificial intelligence enabled data gathering, then supply chain optimization, as well as the smart farming. So these advanced technologies are also applied, and that agriculture, how to improve the productivity, how to protect the agriculture from climatic environment, and how to do timely farm operations. It assists as well as how to protect it from the pests and diseases. It assists in developing an efficient supply chain by value chain analysis, as well as mapping of high value products, because that is once the value chain analysis is carried out for in the aspect of what is the gap, we can come to know what is the gap in the product quality, in the process, as well as in services, all the three areas, so that they will try to close the gap and to upgrade the things, continuous improvement in the across the supply chain. So this supply chain optimize how to efficiently run the supply chain, only possible. It is market driven, customer oriented design of the entire chain, and also by identifying the gap and closing the gap between the existing and what is required, the benchmark. So that is one part which is taken care of, value chain development, and supported by the corporates as well as the government. So government is also making a lot of schemes for value chain development of high value agri products in various states, depending on the production cluster, district-wise production clusters of high value products. Then this agribusiness area also assists in improving the livelihood through employment generation, because of the starting of various agro-based industries in the rural areas, which uses the raw agri produce as their input to process and to finally link it to corporates, the finished products with which faces a higher demand and higher market price. So that helps in employment generation for the unemployed rural youth, and both in as well as urban also. It boosts the contribution of the primary sector to the gross domestic product, encouraging the participation of younger generation and also the rural development, because there is a lot of crisis is taking place because of shortage of manpower, especially the younger generation, younger mass, those who are looking for shifting the traditional farming, family-run farming agriculture to secondary and tertiary sector, to manufacturing industries, as well as to service sector for better career opportunities. So how to prevent the younger generation
youth and to how to retain them in farming and agriculture. That itself is a question and it is a challenge for everyone. So in concluding remarks, agribusiness relates to farm production operations like agronomic practices, the crop rotation, and also the agricultural mechanization. And it includes the storage in the sense the adequate warehousing facilities, cold storage for the perishable agricultural products, and processing for value addition by transformation the raw products to the highly value added product, which having very good market demand and distribution, physical distribution of the commodities through the channel like the wholesaling and retailing, and supply of inputs to primary and tertiary sectors, then provision of the processed food and fiber to the consumers as the demand is going gradually. It contributes, the agribusiness contributes to the area of education, financial and technical services to all the sectors with supply of high quality and low cost food. The production agriculturist must be the business managers as monetary and physical factors. It affects the food and fiber industries. The government agencies, they inspect the sorting grading, that is the grade the agri produce for quality and safety, and also to fix up the prices accordingly after sorting and grading the agri products. Then agribusiness includes the input dealership, commodity brokers, artificial breeding, animal feed, biotechnology, research consulting services, and export of agricultural commodities. The specific areas of study in the area of agribusiness, the focus on the agricultural commodity development and rural development, then food safety and nutrition. Then it focuses on international trade, export and import of the agricultural commodities under the, as per the guidelines of the World Trade Organization, WTO, Agreement on Agriculture, AOA of WTO, and natural resources and environmental management, how to protect and prevent the natural resources. And the next is the area of risk and uncertainty in the production, processing, and marketing. How to prevent, how to protect the risks that is faced in the area of agricultural production, processing, as well as marketing. Then consumer behavior and household income. That is another area of focus to how to find the, we all as consumers of agri-food items, the market demand, consumption habits, lifestyle is changing continuously. And also the purchasing power. There is a shift from manpower to animal power and machine power that we all see gradually. And it is now the market, it is machine driven operations with fully mechanized agriculture, shifting to mechanized agriculture and automation instead of manual involvement. And the market and competition analysis, that database is very much essential for taking decisions, vital decisions by the agri-based corporate as well as by the government agriculture departments. And it provides the inputs for farm production and output, for processing, as well as for marketing activities. That includes the transportation logistics of agricultural products, then store and stock, that is warehousing facility, as well as cold chain and cold storage for the perishable agri products, refrigeration units, then providing the credit facility to the stakeholders, those who are in agri-allied sectors, funding support at an affordable interest rates and terms conditions, and also providing the risk coverage through insurance, that is there by the corporates as well as governments, that is Pradhan Mantri, this agricultural insurance companies. So these are some of the areas highlights is very much essential to develop and make it more profitable agriculture and allied activities, and which will ultimately help all the stakeholders are those who are involved in this process in the entire chain, starting from input till consumption. Thank you.
Check.
Thank you very much, sir. That was absolutely an excellent presentation. Moving ahead, as we are already running short of time, quickly let's welcome Dr. Tanuja Manoj Nisari. We have a special session by Dr. Tanuja Manoj Nisari from National Medicinal Plant Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Let's connect to Dr. Nisari.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, namaste.
Namaskar, ma'am.
Yes,
A
namaskar.
very warm welcome to you.
Yes, thank you. Can you see my video also?
No, ma'am, please share. Yes, it is visible now. Please share your slides.
Okay.
Ladies and
I-
gentlemen, please welcome ma'am with a round of applause.
Yes, thank you. And at the outset, I congratulate and thank organizers of AgriVision for organizing such an important conference on international conference on agriculture and rural development. It gives me immense pleasure to see that I will speak for the student, staff, and all the esteemed members. I will speak what the NLPB can contribute and what is the importance of medicinal plant, if you agree. So it gives me immense pleasure to see that Society for Agriculture Research and Management, SAM, is organizing AgriVision 2023, an international conference on agriculture and rural development. Since from 27 to 29, in association with Centurion University Bhubaneswar campus in Odisha. It would have been really great pleasure if I would have been physical, but it is a great opportunity to also join online. I was informed by the organizers that the AgriVision 2023 is based on the theme strengthening rural economy through smart and sustainable agriculture. India has been predominantly a rural country, with 2/3 of its population still residing in rural areas. India's 70% workforce still resides in rural areas. And it is said that true India lives in her village, because they are the strong backbone of the Indians' economic development. That's what we believe also. And that is the fact. The rural growth and development, that's really very important. And Ministry of Rural Development and Development with the and Panchayat Raj also is now joining the hands with the Ministry of Ayush for introducing medicinal plant component in the rural development component, like Deen Dayal scheme for the empowerment, and Manrega and many others. And the rural growth and development drive the overall growth and development of India, as the rural economy of India constitutes around 50% of the national income, and hence supporting the livelihood through various means, agriculture. But if a medicinal plant component is also added, maybe with, as the previous speaker mentioned about the integrated farming, or standalone, or on the wasteland, or any other means, and backward and forward linkage. Jaise ki hum, what is the, may I speak in English or Hindi? Is it okay if I speak in Hindi? Hello? Am I audible? Hello?
Check. Ma'am, you are audible. Are we fine with Hindi, everyone? Yes, you can speak in Hindi, ma'am.
Yeah, farmers, no, I will be more comfortable to speak in English. But अगर वहाँ का ऑडियंस में फार्मर्स भाई बहने भी है, तो हम रूरल इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हमें सभी की लैंग्वेज में बोलना चाहिए, ये मेरा
जी मैम,
कहना था।
जी
तो हम if there are more students, I will be very happy to speak as I am speaking in English. That's just wanted to. The audience, I am not aware. It is a mix. Farmers भी है वहाँ पे.
अभी फिलहाल फार्मर्स नहीं है मैम, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हमारे रिसर्चर्स हैं.
Okay, then
You
I'll
can speak
continue.
Yes.
I'll speak, continue to speak in English then. The dominance of agriculture in Indian economy can be understood from the fact that more than 60% of India's population is still engaged in agriculture activity for their livelihood and survival. As there are more agro-techniques and more for the improved production, improve the quality of the agricultural produce is being done by various agriculture universities, and the same is being done. I'm really happy to share that a medicinal plant component has been also, now we are trying to add into with the help of the Ministry of Agriculture and the Farmers Welfare and various ICAR organizations. More than 104 medicinal plants, agro-techniques have been developed with the various thorough research, and National Medicinal Plant Board has already signed MOU with CSIR organizations like CMAPS and NBRI and IHBT Palampur and various organizations for developing various quality planting material, QPM, so that can be the authentic quality medicinal plant saplings can be distributed to the farmers. And not only that, to develop the certified seed, we are trying to add the medicinal plants in through the Seed Act, so that all those which are for the agricultural produce as a subsidy, as an insurance, minimum support price, and also including for the market support to the ENAM, that can also be supported to the medicinal plant. We are also closely working with MIDH to include the medicinal plants list into the cash crops, and so that it can also help in developing the rural, supporting the livelihood of the farmers and doubling the income of the farmers, as it is envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister of India. As there are more young students and the researchers, I would also like to mention here that Medicinal Plant Board is working very closely to develop for the overall development of this medicinal plant sector within India and outside India. And the main focus of Medicinal Plant Board, which is under Ministry of Ayush, is to support all those such as schemes for conservation, for cultivation, and sustainable development through research and development, and for developing supply chain management of the medicinal plant within and outside India. As India is blessed to have 7 mega biodiversity, 17 mega, amongst 17 mega biodiversity hotspot, 2 main mega biodiversity hotspot we are blessed to have because of wide biodiversity. One is on the northeast and other is on the Western Ghat. And as it is listed that more than 8,700 medicinal plants are already coded and documented into an official website. And out of this, more than 2,000, the recent survey with the Agriculture Corporation of India, it has been already reported at Ved Goria's report, recently done survey also reports that there are more than 2,200 plants are in the active trade, and more than 220 plants have more than trade of more than 100 metric ton. And it's very important then if we really choose any of these 220 medicinal plants, out of those 104 already has agrotechnics developed. And out of these, those are toply traded plant, like ashwagandha is a top amongst top 10 plants, which has more and more in the trade in domestic market as well as also international market. The first unicorn, as you know, that if there is a business of more than 10 million through startup, so the first medicinal plant startup and the ashwagandha unicorn is on the ashwagandha by Karthikeyan, who is from Indian origin. So there is a huge potential for the youngsters, for the integrated farming, for the agri-vision. Like a vision is visionary approach. If we introduce medicinal plants through the agriculture move, I think the future is really bright for the India, because India is the world's garden, and we are sitting on the green gold mine. As we know that the East India Company ruled India only through the spices business, and we have, you can see, more than 8,000 medicinal plants. If we choose few of those and standardize them, maintain the quality, and ensure the quality supply chain management, traceability, passport data, certification, organic certification, and we really have these standards maintained, that's what NMPB is doing, developing standards, maintaining quality, assuring all those stakeholders their own stake, like collectors, cultivator, aggregator, traders, processing, secondary processing, and reaching to the main industry as well as the end user. I think this is the way as a forward linkage and also a backward linkage. For ensuring the marketing, we also, like ENAM, NLPP has also developed the digital platform, marketing platform as a e-charak, where buyers and sellers are brought together, and the not minimum support price, the price every fortnightly is displayed, so that the buyer also get to know what is this price, and this sellers also they can quote a price, and that is being controlled and monitored closely, and platform is provided by National Medicinal Plant Board. So you can also, the researchers, the student can select the topic on medicinal plant. Like we have also, to promote the medicinal plant, we have also launched the campaign in the past, and now also on Guduchi, Tinospora cordifolia, Ashwagandha. Now we have launched Ashwagandha campaign, where 18 lakhs are being supported to the organization, to the group who wants to run this campaign, and where distribution of the sapling, creating awareness, conducting the research, and IEC material, this campaign, and also developing, raising the nursery quality planting material, and also creating awareness amongst the farmers and the cultivators. This has been also supported. NMPB has also, with ICAR, like there is a dedicated institution of ICAR at Anand, the DMEPR, and with the support of them, NMPB has given on the project mode, developing the GAP and GACP, that is a good agriculture practice and good field collection practices. That is very important. And very, very importantly, because now also only 25% medicinal plants are being cultivated, and more than 75% of the medicinal plants are being collected from the wild. So good harvesting practices, and for the farmers, training and capacity building upon of the harvesting is also very important. So the organizing institutions and the group can take up and they submit the project, because NMPP funds the projects on the medicinal plant, which involve all such activities involving the stakeholders and GAP, GACP, capacity building, creating awareness, disseminating the scientific knowledge on the research on the medicinal plants, and also creating the market linkage for buyers and sellers meet. So these are various projects we support. We support through central sector scheme. If you click on the NMPB website, that's www.nmpb.nic.in. So you can get the National Medicinal Plant Board, and through central sector scheme on the development and sustainable management of medicinal plants, various components of the scheme you will be able to see. And that really, this dissemination of the various projects, even for the herbal garden of the state importance, in situ, ex situ conservation, and for ex situ conservation, cultivation is also very important. And cultivation of the medicinal plants may not be one farmer can, but through FBO, through contract for farming, through cluster, through self-help groups, because in the rural economy, it is the self-help groups very important. And for through self-help groups also, we can support to them through medicinal plant scheme. And that's how, if the smaller self-help groups come together, that will build upon the economy. And that has, during the recent COVID time, entire world has witnessed that the increased world herbal trade, which stands at US 120 billion and is expected to reach to US 7 trillion by 2050. So there is a huge potential in this medicinal plant through integrated farming, through cultivation, having the market linkage. But most important word we should not forget is Q. That is a quality planting material, authentication, certification, and that only definitely will yield to the good yield. And that's how we can support to support our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Healthy India, that is Sashakta India and Saksham India, and heal in India and heal by India. So I think a medicinal plant component is very, very important. And as you know, this is under Ministry of Ayush, and Ayush stands for Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy. The sector growth is also very, very increasing exponentially. There are more than 7 lakh Ayush practitioners, 9,000 Ayush industries across India, and more than 23,000 clinics and 700 institutions. So demand within India is also increasing. During COVID time, Ministry of Ayush did the survey through eSanjeevani app, and to our surprise, it was observed that more than 87% of the responders, more 1 crore, they have used one or the other form of the traditional medicine. So anybody really wants to take up medicinal plant of the high importance, you can see the list, and the state-wise list, that is also very important. What are the medicinal plants? Import piper, betel, brahmi, and others are found in more in the eastern part of India, and they are high in demand. So if we choose the right plant, medicinal plant for the cultivation through the market research, get the good certified seed, work on that, and developing through good agro techniques, if we develop the yield, that gives us the good yield. But that really helps in doubling the income and improving the economy also. And more important is also value added plants, because primary processing, value addition, storaging, packaging, labeling is also very important. And for all those things, and developing the technology platform, because that tech platform for the business of the medicinal plants is also an MPB supports for IT-based supporting the IT-based platform like Smithsonian platform. If you just click on the medicinal plant and you get the identification, if you click on the plant and you get the crude market in the Monty and traders, and it's called, you get to know the quality. So these such projects and even for like workshops, this workshop also we are really happy to have been supported by medicinal plant. So this we can really support in future also to any other organization who wish to come forward and take up these proposals in future. Since 2000 of inception, we have supported thousands of such projects, and that has really like what we can see, the growth is more than 7 times growth of the medicinal plant sector, and with the coordination of the line ministries. NMPB persistently exhibits continual efforts on creating awareness and conservation and sustainable management through the medicinal plant among masses, farmers, and stakeholders. And we also will be very happy if anyone likes to organize the expo on the medicinal plants, crude drug identification. So those expo also we support in NMPB supports through various all those means. If anyone wants to come out with the proceedings on the, like the one very important initiative I would like to narrate here for the interest of the youngsters and millennials. During last 2 years, NMPB has created one character called as Professor Ayushman. And through Amar Chitra Katha on a project mode, we developed Professor Ayushman comic book series. And that has been so popular that Honorable Prime Minister in his Man Ki Baat he mentioned, and that has been launched by our Honorable Prime Minister, series 1, 2, 3. What we have done, we have created the comic book series on each medicinal plant, and that has been circulated amongst the children in the school. This is the way how they understand our Dadima, Nanima's jadi, like our tradition, and now supported with the very good innovative means, so that they understand the knowledge of the medicinal plants, and medicinal plant knowledge has been reached and created awareness about ashwagandha, giloy, tulsi, and various plant can be used as a home care measure, as a preventive and as a promotive of the health promoter and rejuvenators. And during COVID time, what we did, the comic book series as Professor Ayushman returns. So the story tells that he goes to international US, and when he returns, he brings along with him the COVID, and how the medicinal plant Nuska has helped him to come out with this infection, and also help in prevent from other infections and help in boosting the immunity. So this has been released by none other than our Honorable Prime Minister. So you can also take up such innovative projects on medicinal plant, not only cultivation, but communicating this success story of cultivation to the farmers in their own language, audio visual form. Now everyone is very techno savvy through digital, through mobile, so that the medicinal plant agrotechnics can be communicated to the farmers level. And those projects will be very happy to support in any of these farms. So I'm really happy that you have included medicinal plant component during this conference, and Ministry of Ayush and Medicinal Plant Board really supports these activities to promote the medicinal plant sector and to reach to the rural India and boosting their economy and also supporting the livelihood. So I once again congratulate these SAM, and we appeal that such organizations should join hand with this cause of developing medicinal plant sector within India and outside India, and this strengthen the government's vision for the public cause, and that's how the health and per capita expenditure on the health can be minimized, and India really needs it for Sashakta Bharat and Saksham Bharat. We are envisioning Amrut Kal of Bharat in 2047. And if we really want to have the Amrut Kal and our youngsters who will witness in 2047 Sashakta and Saksham Bharat, I think the medicinal plant, which is a soft power and also will really help in boosting the economy. And as it is recently in Republic Day, our Prime Minister appeal, and in the line of G20, our Prime Minister appeal to have the resurgence of the new India. I think medicinal plant, our knowledge supported with the agro techniques will definitely help everyone to have the resurgence and to how to face India, Bharat to lead the entire world. Why East India Company should lead us? We should be the healthcare leader and the leaders through our economy, through our agriculture, and through our medicinal plants. So I wish that such events will be helpful to create awareness among the farmers community on the latest technologies of medicinal plant-based agriculture and allied activities. I wish this of the Society of Agriculture Research and Management may continue for the behalf of mankind. Namaste and thank you for patient listening to all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We thank you on the behalf of Society for Agricultural Research and Management. A round of applause for Dr. Tanuja Manoj Nesari. That was absolutely a brilliant presentation and absolutely an innovative and novel venture by NMPB, Ministry of Ayush. We thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much. With this, we have to move to the seminar hall, which is in second floor. I would request all of you, due to the technical glitch here, we will move to seminar hall, second floor, and we will continue the sessions there. Thank you so very much.
hello, 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 hello. সব ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello.
Check, check. Hello, hello, check. Check, check. 3, 2, 1, check, check. Hello, hello, check. Check, check, hello, hello, check. Check, check, hello. Check. Check. Namaskar, Jai Jagannath. A very good afternoon to one and all, each and everyone present over here. All the esteemed luminaries, all the esteemed dignitaries, all the eminent researchers, scientists, dear students, persons from print and electronic media, honorable faculty members, each and everyone present over here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Adyasri, and I deal with an extreme pleasure to welcome you all to AgriVision 2023 International Conference on Agriculture and Rural Development. To begin with, can we please proceed ahead with a big round of applause, everyone. Once again, a very warm welcome, a heartiest welcome, a heartfelt welcome to one and all, each and everyone present over here. As you all know, AgriVision 2023 is all about promoting sustainability and entrepreneurship. We are very glad, we are very happy, and it is my utmost pleasure to welcome all the dignitaries present over here. AgriVision aims to bring all the entrepreneurs, all the researchers, all the eminent scientists, students at one forum. And this year, we had extremely talented and brilliant speakers for 2 days. They are continuing with the presentations, topics like conversion from C3 to C4 plants, topics like application of linocellulosic bacterial contria, and many such topics were presented brilliantly by all the eminent speakers. Now I would request all of you to welcome all the dignitaries amongst us with a big round of applause. It's my honor to welcome Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, Shri B.B. Swain. We welcome you, sir. I would request all of you to welcome sir on the dais with a big round of applause. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome Shri B. Swain, Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome sir with a round of applause. And I would request sir to kindly address the August gathering. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me clarify that Cabinet Secretary is my boss, actually. I'm not the Cabinet Secretary. He happens to be my boss, actually. I'm Secretary in MSME Ministry, and we all report to the Cabinet Secretary. But I wish it was correct, but I really don't think have much time left in the service really to become Capsaki any longer. But anyway, thank you so much. And Madam Patnaik, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Centurion University, my colleagues, and all the esteemed audience present here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I really like the concept when I came here. I think that must be among the fast skill universities anywhere in the country. At least I'm not aware of it. Most of them are academic. But I could see, I got the opportunity to visit few of the labs, few of the areas, and I'm quite sure thousands are getting benefited. I've seen this kind of organizations really contribute immensely to the skilling. Though I'm strictly speaking not related to skill, but skill is a very important part of the ministry which I represent. Out of the major challenges we have today in the country, I don't want to do a listing or anything. Along with formalization with challenges, we have a challenge of credit, we have a challenge of many things, but a very, very important challenge is skilling and reskilling. This definitely is very, very important because as I look at, I had the opportunity to work in Gujarat for many, many years. I was there for close to 3 decades. So, and got the opportunity mostly to work in the industry sector directly related to what you're doing here. And I used to say that there's just 5 things which are essential for industries. You need space. I'm no longer using the word land because frankly speaking, land is becoming very scarce. In fact, from our ministry itself, we promote things like buildings, particularly in hilly areas and all. We are having, I'm not very sure, flat factories and all. So we are increasingly promoting that. You must have seen in many countries, flatted factories have actually become the concept and very directly related to the small industries and small business. So coming back to what the industry need, number one is obviously space. Without space, there is really no industry. Without electricity, there is really no industry. Without water, there is really no industry. Of course, water is not required for many industries also, but in quite a few crucial core industries, you require water and in pretty capacity, high capacity. And the fourth one, which you obviously required, it to be sustainable. This is something which I talked about. The industry has to be sustainable. It has to be environment friendly. It has to, all these factors are very important. But the end of it, the most important factor is also skill. You will very clearly see certain kind of industries is coming up in certain parts of the country. Whether we like it or we do not like it, the fact remains is autos are going to a specific area. Certain kind of industry are going. Why is it happening? It's primarily happening because there's a huge pool of skill. This pool of skill attracts major industries to set their base there. So, I mean, I think I need to hardly explain to this audience what is the importance of skill. It was an extremely good experience today, right in the morning. And I've been told by ma'am that the campus in Gazpati is much larger. So I can just genuinely imagine if this is the smaller version, then what would be the larger version? And it's also very nice to know that thousands of students are being skilled, found very innovative things. I mean, you have, I think maritime engineering is pretty rare in many parts. I mean, I've not seen many. You have forensic as well. I mean, so quite a few paramedics. I mean, these are the very, very interesting innovations, very, very interesting interventions. I would put it that way. So congratulations, ma'am. I think from what I've learned 10 years back, you probably had a bare land. So from bare land, you have made it such a thriving place of learning. I think that itself deserves huge amount of congratulation, both to the faculty and to the students who have made this particular institute what it is. Coming to Society for Agriculture Research and Management and the institute, I have my best wishes for the conference. Agriculture, rural development is again a very, very crucial area in our setup. agro industries are very important to us. One of the major ambition of this particular ministry, we recently had done kind of an analysis where we would like to see this sector in 2047. Each of the ministry actually did this exercise, along with many other things which are kind of a wish list for us. What we definitely wrote is a thriving rural industries. Because if we have to give employment, and if we feel that this is one sector which incidentally is the #2 employment giver in the country today, at 11 crore, it is slight, of course, quite below the agriculture, which is 27 crore. But all our calculations show that in the next 10 years, this could actually be booming into the largest employment giver of the country. When I say this sector, it is of course not just industries, it is industries, trade, services, because it's essentially all about small business and small industries. But we hope and we firmly believe that this will become the largest employment provider in maybe a decade from now. And quite a bit of it will come from rural industries, quite a bit of it will come from food, from agriculture. Even today, if you look at it, ma'am, food and food products actually constitute almost 10% plus of all small business in the country. I'm quite sure the future is very, very bright. In this context, the conference which is taking place here is very, very important to us, and I give my best wishes. Again, I'll like to repeat, ma'am, congratulations. And sorry for the very short time which was available to me. I need to go back. But it was a real pleasure visiting you. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words and for all the inspiring words and for talking on the current scenario of agriculture and agro-business. Moving ahead, I would request Dr. Dibyanshu Prasad Das, Secretary, Society for Agriculture and Research, to kindly come up on the stage to felicitate Shri B.B. Swine. I would request the volunteers to kindly bring a small token of love and appreciation for Sri B.B. Swine. I would request sir to kindly be on the dais. Once again, can we please have a huge round of applause for Sri B.B. Swine? We are very much thankful to have you here, sir. This is a small token of love and appreciation from the side of Society for Agriculture Research and from Centurion University. I would request both of you to kindly step back. As we are talking about sustainability and entrepreneurship, it is our utmost pleasure to have few women entrepreneurs amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to please welcome Mrs. Rasmi Sahu, Honorable Founder, Frozet, and Director, Ruchi. I request Sri Swai and Dr. Das to felicitate Mrs. Rasmi Sahu. We congratulate you, ma'am. Once again, give it off for Mrs. Rasmi Sahu, everyone. It is our utmost pleasure to felicitate the women entrepreneurs, the leading women entrepreneurs. Now let us welcome on the stage Ms. Baisakhi, founder, Flora. Flora is their novel venture on sanitary napkins. We congratulate you, ma'am. Up next, we have with us Mrs. Shrusri S. Priyadarshini. Give it up for her, founder, Kagaja Fula.
I would like to inform this cover page of this conference booklet as a token of love by Mrs. Susri Sangeeta Priyadarshini for the conference. This is her own artwork.
Once again, we congratulate all the leading entrepreneurs of Odisha. Thank you, sir, for doing the honor. Now I would request all of you to kindly proceed for the lunch. After the lunch, we will move ahead for the further sessions.
Check. Hello. Hello. ठीक है, check. Can I have your attention, please? Let's be seated. Please take your seats, everyone. Welcome back after the lunch break. We have back-to-back sessions now. So starting with Dr. Biswajit Bera, T-Board India, Kolkata से हैं हमारे साथ. And so will be joining us in a while. And he is talking on integrated tea research for Darjeeling tea industry, present status and roadmap for future. Dr. Biswajit Bera. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Dr. Biswajit Bera, is it audible to you? Sir, is it audible to you? Let's welcome Dr. Biswajit Bera, who is talking on integrated tea research for Darjeeling tea industry, present status and roadmap for future. Yesterday, we got to hear Dr. Soren Das on a very brilliant topic, self-life of different processed tea, an estimation in relation to their antioxidant potentialities. And today we have Dr. Biswajit Bera from Tea Board India, Kolkata. Let's get connected to Dr. Biswajit Bera.
check.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are very much audible. We welcome you to AgriVision 2023. Let us begin with the presentation.
Can you tell me which hall it is?
So it is Hall 2. Hall 1 is shifted to Hall 2. So can you hear me, sir?
It is in hall 2, right?
Yes, this is Hall 2. But the Hall 1 is shifted to Hall 2. All the sessions of Hall 1 are shifted to Hall 2. Can we start the presentation, sir?
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Is it audible to
Yeah. Is my can I share my slides now?
Yes, please share your slides.
My slides are visible, please.
Sir, please hold on for a second.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. We are sharing your slide.
Whether my slides are visible?
Sir, yes.
Ma'am, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me, sir, now? Now you can hear me, sir? Sir, is it audible? Sir, your slides are visible.
My slides are visible.
Yes, sir. Your slides are visible. Please make it full screen and go ahead.
Ma'am, I can't hear you properly. Can I start now?
Yes, sir. Please make it full screen.
Okay, my slides are visible, right?
Yes, sir.
And I am audible?
Yes, you are very much audible. Please share your full screen. Just tap on the full screen. Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all very much for your kind patience. Let me first thank the organizer for inviting me for this international conference on agriculture and rural development, which is being held in Centurion University, Bhubaneswar. In fact, I was supposed to be present there, but due to some medical emergency, I am unable to attend. And Dr. Dibbangshu Das has kindly permitted me to present my paper virtually. Topic of my lecture is integrated tea research for Darjeeling tea industry, present status, and roadmap for future. As you all know that tea board, it comes under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Here in tea board, we are having tea research institutes and tea industry. And tea board being a nodal body, we coordinate tea research in the country mainly through 3 tea research institutes. Today, my presentation will follow like this: tea industry in general, Darjeeling tea in particular, research for Darjeeling tea, tea genomics, which comprises of structural, functional, and comparative genomics, climate resilience, resilient tea plantation, tea and health, and the promotion of tea based on its beneficial properties. As I mentioned earlier, that tea board, it comes under Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. Our job is to coordinate and facilitate tea research in the country, mainly through 3 tea research institutes: Tea Research Association for Northeast India, United Planters Association of South India for South India, and Darjeeling Tea Research and Development Center for Darjeeling and North Bengal. Tea research is basically, tea board is basically having 4 different types of activities, which includes tea development for overall growth and development of the Indian tea industry, tea research, which includes applied basic and regulatory research, tea promotion for domestic consumption and export, and there are certain regulatory issues, which includes licensing and statistics, etc. Indian tea industry provides direct employment to more than 1 million people. Mostly women are working in the tea industry. There is a substantial foreign exchange earning from Indian tea industry, and this is preserving pollution-free biosphere and soil conservation also. Perhaps you all are aware that there are 3 basic different types of tea: black tea, which is fermented and oxidized; green tea, which is non-fermented tea; and oolong tea, which is semi-fermented, I mean between black tea and green tea. Based on manufacturing practices, there are 2 different types of tea: orthodox tea, which is accounting for 32% of the global production and 46% of the world trade, and CTC, crushing, tearing, and curling, which is again 45% and accounts for 13% of the world trade. Orthodox tea, how it looks like. This is orthodox tea. There are again different types of tea based on its presence from different geographical indication, or you can say agroclimatic condition. Darjeeling tea is very famous in the world for its aroma and flavor. Kangra tea from Himachal Pradesh, then Assam tea, which is very famous for its strength. Duars Terai and Darjeeling, North Bengal area, it covers. Tea research, our mandate is 4 different types of research work we undertake: plant improvement, which includes conventional and molecular aspects; plant production, comprises of agronomy and soil health; plant protection, which is comprising of entomology, mycology, and microbiology, etc. Quality improvement, biochemistry, manufacturing, and transfer of technology. The most important part of tea research is that we have to ensure output of tea research for the benefit of the industry. Again, there are different categories of tea research. Mostly applied research we undertake for the benefit to the industry. But having said that, we do not undermine basic research, which includes biotechnological intervention, molecular biology, nowadays genomics work, then factory or manufacturing research, processing methodology, and regulatory work, regulatory research, which includes good agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices, pesticide residues, MRLs, heavy metals, iron filing, etc. We have 3 tea research institutes, as I mentioned a little while ago. Darjeeling Tea Research, which comes under directly tea board, which is based at Karshiang, Darjeeling district. Tea Research Association based at Jorhat, Assam. and Upasi based at Coimbatore, Balparai. Regarding the nature of tea plant, as you all know that it is commercially important plant, perennial crops. It has got long juvenile period, highly heterozygous and self-incompatible, and it is having overlapping morphological characteristics. That's why it is very difficult to sometimes identify tea cultivars and tea plants. There are 3 botanical types of tea plant: China type, Camellia sinensis L.O. Kunj, Assam type, Camellia assamica masters, white, and Cambod type, Camellia assamica lesiocalix, white. My topic was mostly focused on Darjeeling tea industry and Darjeeling tea research. As you know that Darjeeling tea is very famous in the world for its unique flavor and aroma. Today there are 87 commercial tea estates which grow tea plants and produce certified Darjeeling tea. The production of Darjeeling tea is around 7 million kilo, a little less maybe, annually now, which is less than 1% of India's total production. And I'm happy to inform you that in 2004, Darjeeling tea was the first product in India to get geographical indication. So that's why it is very famous. At present, there are some issues and concerns of Darjeeling tea industry and Darjeeling tea research. The reason being infringement of Darjeeling tea, which you call it adulteration and imitation, which is a problem. This brand is so endangered that one used to hear Darjeeling produced just 7 million kilograms of tea, but at least 40 million kg of Darjeeling tea is sold in the world market, which is very unfortunate. So in the name of Darjeeling tea, there are many poor quality tea is there in the market in being sold. Therefore, protection of Darjeeling tea is very, very important, utmost important at present. The neighboring country, Nepal, which has got almost similar type of agroclimatic condition, and they are also producing similar type of tea, which is not exactly same like Darjeeling tea, but in the name of Darjeeling tea, there are some tea which is being sold in the market. So important areas for research priority for Darjeeling tea, it has been considered that we need to develop superior tea cultivars based on existing genetic and genomic resources, which was developed or which is being developed through different tea breeding and genomics projects. We have to sustain and enhance the Darjeeling tea quality, its flavor, aroma, which is very unique in the world, and development of biofertilizers and biopesticides, because most of the Darjeeling tea plantations, around 80% tea plantations of Darjeeling tea is practicing organic tea cultivation. We have got Darjeeling Tea Research and Development Center, which has got 4 different areas of research activity, which includes land improvement, soil science, biochemistry and quality, and plant protection. In the recent past, there are some good research papers published by Indian scientists. Long back, I must say long back, Toklai has done some good work in 2012 and 2009. They have good publication of volatile flavory compounds of Darjeeling tea cultivars and chemical characterizations of Indian tea. Indian tea has very good publication. In the recent past, Indian Statistical Institutes, they have come out with very good publications. As you mentioned that Dr. Shoren Das and his student, Dr. Anjan, both of them are present in the seminar today. They have very good publications in genomics, nature, scientific reports, and as a book chapter also. So they have a good contribution for Darjeeling tea research. Some of the papers have also come out from Bose Institute in the area of biofertilizers. And DTR and Nishi, they have also done some good work on flavor and aroma. So the specialty of Darjeeling tea, as I mentioned repeatedly, that it's unique in the world for its flavor and aroma. Because of this Nepal tea, there is a problem, GI protection problem. And tea board being a nodal body from India or government of India, we are taking care of this infringement from administrative and legal point of view, but there is a need for scientific intervention which is urgently required for protection of the Darjeeling tea. So it's a job for all stakeholders, industry people, industry executives, tea research institutes, tea boards, government machineries. Both scientifically and legally, you need to protect this Darjeeling GI. As far as tea germplasm is concerned, there are many different types of tea germplasm available in our country. In Assam, we call it Bedjan type, Khorijan type, Dangri Monipuri type, Himta type, extreme China. There are some seed jats, which is called old seed grown areas. There are cultivated varieties, more than 200 cultivated varieties developed by both the tea research institutes are being used commercially by tea industry. There are some wild genotypes like Japonica, Kisi, Sasanqua, Teliensis, etc. You can have a look how it looks like in our own center, the Darjeeling Tea Research Center. There are some tea germplasm and cultivars being grown there. We have one project funded by ICAR for tea descriptor analysis and development. So we have done some good work there, basically basically tea taxonomy work, tea morphological work. This is what is very, very important as far as characterization and identification of tea is concerned. Now the question of tea quality. So any food produce has its own importance for quality, and quality is a relative term, which is very difficult to define as far as tea is concerned. Typically, tea is being characterized in many different ways, but ultimate word is to be given by the consumers. So that's why tea biochemist has got also important role to play over here. Tea testers also has got important role to play over here. But ultimately, it goes to the consumer, and consumer has to accept it, certify it that it's a good quality tea. What are the factors influenced? What are the factors which are influencing tea quality? Genetic factors means based on the cultivars we use or plant in the field. Environmental factors like altitude, climate, temperature, rainfall, etc. As you know that cultural practices, agronomic practices are extremely important because tea is a tree, basically tree. We have made it bush after pruning. That's why cultural practices for pruning, plucking, they play very important role for the production and maintenance of quality of tea. Factory and processing. You see, if we grow good tea plants in the field and pluck the good tea leaves to and a bud, if it is not being processed properly or scientifically in the tea factory, there will be a tremendous effect for maintenance of tea quality. That's why factory is very important. These are 4 factors: biochemistry, processing, tea testing, electronics. Let me tell you that as far as tea test is concerned, tea tester, there are professional tea testers. They evaluate tea through organoleptic methods. But nowadays, application of electronics in agriculture has come to play a very important role. And in case of tea, there are development of e-nose, electronic nose, e-vision, e-tongue, etc., which is being developed by one of the institute based at Calcutta, CDAC, Calcutta, through the projects funded by National Tea Research Foundation, Tea Board of India. I mentioned about the infringement of Darjeeling tea. That's why molecular documentation is important, not for plant varieties, but for made tea, which is very less in effect these days. That's why documentation at the different aspects, we give a lot of reference: production and evolution of aroma, flavor, quantification through biochemical compounds, tea testers evolution. The tea testers evolution is subjective assessment, but we need to have a very specific assessment wherein electronics role is very important. Integrated approach for quality and health improvement. Tea has got its health beneficial properties, which was mentioned by Dr. Soren Das yesterday in his presentation. Tea board also has given a lot of projects for tea and health projects, and has come out with good publication and good research report for that. What are the major constituents of tea? We all know that polyphenols such as catechins, theaflavins, threarobins, and volatile flavory compound such as linalool, geraniol particularly for Darjeeling tea. These are the compounds which are responsible for producing good quality tea. Again, caffeine is important. L-theanine has got also health beneficial properties. As far as molecular biology is concerned, a lot of good work has been done in the recent past by not only Tea Research Institute, but other than tea research institutes like I mentioned about Indian Statistical Institute, Bose Institute. There are institutes, universities. They have done good work under the project funded by Tea Board. The catechin percent of tea is more than 70%, wherein all polyphenols are present. But molecular biology of catechin production has not been done extensively. So that's why we need to focus on the improvement of quality through the biogenesis of catechins, epigallocatechin gallate. Particularly, this is very important for health beneficial properties. We have to minimize caffeine biogenesis, caffeine synthesis, and enhance theanine biogenesis. As far as transgenics is concerned, I think IHBT Palampur, along with Upashi and TRA, they have done good work as far as methodology is concerned. They have developed transgenic plant in the laboratory, not in the field, because it is not allowed to grow in the field. There is a Government of India Swaminathan report that particularly for tea and perhaps basmati rice, you are not allowed to grow in the field because of some protection purpose. Tea Board has got a good laboratory called Quality Control Laboratory based at Siliguri. This laboratory was established and inaugurated in the year 2016 by the then Commerce Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman. It has got mandate for testing commercial tea, mainly FSSAI and quality parameters, pesticide residue, heavy metals, and other quality parameters. We have got very good instruments, high-end equipments like LCMS-MS, GCMS-MS, ICP-MS, GCL, HPLC, etc. And this quality control laboratory has got NABL accreditation. It has got FSSAI notification, also Gazette notification in the year 2019. And more than 80 parameters has come under NABL accreditation. We are serving tea industry in a much professional way. Molecular documentation of tea is very important as far as protection of tea is concerned. So there are many different molecular methods. So DNA fingerprinting method has been used in tea. As you all know, these are some of the quality climatic conditions for which tea is grown. But you know, any plants, they do differ in their response to different agroclimatic condition, and tea is not the exception. More importantly, genotype and phenotype interaction along with agroclimatic conditions, they play a very important role for the quantitative trait loci and marker state selection. This is important. Based on some result, we have done some recommendation for the industry how to overcome adverse agroclimatic condition, adverse climatic condition. You have to develop resistant varieties against drought, against many adversities, etc. And we call it climate smart tea plantation. In addition to common tea or general tea, we have to develop, or we are developing some value addition like herbal tea, tea-based biscuits, caddies, etc., tea wine. I must mention here that Tea Board and NTRF, they have funded a project on tea genome sequencing, where is the main objectives were reference genome sequencing for Indian tea plant, development of markers related to traits, and mapping of QTLs, etc. There are 6 institutes involved in this, along with National Tea Research Foundation, 3 tea research institute like TRA, Upashi, and DTR&DC, one ICR institute called ICR, now it is NIPB, and CSIR ISBT. As I mentioned, that tea has got many different health beneficial properties, which includes cardiovascular disease, immune deficiency, anti-ulcerous, antimicrobial, anti-cancer activities, anti-diabetic activities. There are good publications has come out from the project funded by Tea Board. Many times it is a question of why black tea, because India is producing black tea predominantly. We have green tea production, but is very low. 80% tea is consumption, black tea product by India. There are a large number of institutes, tea research institutes and non-tea research institutes have done work on tea and health. If we look back that tea improvement program, the progress, prospects and constant, we have started from tea taxonomy, and we have come to selection, breeding, biotechnology and genomics, genome sequencing. If you see the tea biotechnology looking back and looking ahead, in tea tissue culture, we have started biotech with tea tissue culture perhaps more than 2 decades or 3 decades before. We have done protoplast culture, anther culture, genetic transfers and gene sequencing, etc. But what we need is that as far as the potential of biotechnology, you have not been able to contribute immensely to the industry for its benefits. So that's why tailor-made biotechnology is required at present. For setting targets for the tea industry, we cover production, consumption, and export. We have to target based on the need of the requirement of the need and requirement of the industry from time to time. With all these things, we have to have a roadmap for the development and improvement of the tea industry, which is basically an integrated approach. We do resource survey analysis. We assess infrastructure, manpower, genetic resources, followed by we define the problem in such a way so that we can formulate a project which is demand driven and useful for the industry. And we need to have close monitoring for the evaluation of the progress. As I mentioned, a tailor-made biotechnological approach using frontier areas of science and technology and the latest tools and techniques is required for Indian tea industry, particularly Darjeeling. For the policy support and action plan, we need to increase the productivity. We have to improve and maintain the quality, mechanizing and streamlining of manufacturing technology, and diversification of product. With these few words, I stop here and thank you all very much for your kind patience.
Thank you very much, sir, for the brilliant presentation. Can we take up some questions? Can we take some questions? Is there any question? Yes.
In fact, before lunch and after lunch, hardly there is any question.
Yes, Dr. Bera, we have a question.
Oh, wow, please.
Yes, sir. I was asking at what stage is the sequencing for the various Darjeeling tea varieties that you are looking at? We would be interested in collaborating with you in developing some of those.
Sir, you have asked about genome sequencing, right?
Yes, genome sequencing and marker selections, QTL mapping.
Yeah. Sir, genome sequencing was completed and the main lead role was taken by NIPB ICR, Delhi, Dr. Tapan Mondal and his group in collaboration with TRA scientist, UPASI scientist and DTNDC scientist. TV1 was sequenced and it is in the final stage of publication, although it was reported in Biorex journal in 2019. So there are some analysis which was not been possible during that time. So it is going to publish very soon. In addition to that, there are some good publications has come out from NIPB and other tea research institutes. After that, sir, for resequencing, there are around 40 T genotypes we have collected and submitted to NIPB. Perhaps they are on the way of doing that, which includes 4 or 5 Darjeeling tea cultivars, maximum cultivars from Assam. There are some cultivars from Upasi, and there are some cultivars from Himachal Pradesh also.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bera. A round of applause for Dr. Bera for the commendable presentation. Moving ahead, now let us welcome Dr. Srini K.R. from Sarvatra Bhadram Organic Society, Kalari, India. We welcome you, sir. And he is talking on Sarvatra Bhadram Organic Farmers Cooperative unites people and environment to promote food and nutrient security as well as improved livelihood and income. Please welcome Dr. Srini KR. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. I am Srini Kaya. I am working basically with IITM Research Park. This is my one of the research project doing in Kerala. So I want to present that research paper. Actually, Sarvobhadra Organic Pharmacy is a cooperative society which unites people and environment to promote food and nutrition security, as well as improve livelihood and income of the people. So this is state Kerala, district is Thrissur, block and panchayat both are Tanya. We are doing vegetable cultivation in 25 acre of land. Organic paddy, that is Jodi Matta, it is a particular rice variety from Kerala, that is 62 acre. A nature of land is cold wetland. The challenges are low-lying tracts located at 0.5 meter to 1 meter below mean sea level. This is the biggest challenge and remains submerged for about 6 months in a year. So we are using organic fertilizer like Jeevamridam. Profit, as we sold that rice for 70 rupees per kg against the government minimum price of 28.50. So how we started, group farming means N2 poverty. The project was launched in 2018 with aim to start kitchen garden and Andikad block. We provided sapling and distributed for 50,000 families. Our work cost is around total 92,000 rupees. We set up a new organic home garden for families, which help in food production and income at Andikad Panchayat. Develop or extend an existing home garden to improve food production and diversity of crop, improve family food supplies and nutrition. There are two ways we done. That is for kitchen garden as well as terrace garden. So these are different crops grown in that area, different vegetables we grown in that area. In Andikad block, kitchen garden not only simplify yield, socio-economical benefit, but also empower women who being the primary caretaker of kitchen garden is now available to ensure nutrition food for each families. Sir, this is we started this program in 2018, but it take place in 2020 during the COVID, when there is no availability of perishable good in Kerala. Because as you know, most of the agriculture vegetables come from Tamil Nadu. So during COVID, all these vegetables stopped. So this project helped a lot to ensure vegetable security in our area. So we started with Rishya Byagam, a flagship program was launched in January 2020 at Krishi Unnati Mela, an agriculture fair held to create awareness about the latest technology developed among farmers. The aim of Rishya Vyagam is to promote organic farming, convert fallow land to make them more productive, increase facilities for agro-based entrepreneurship, migrate the effort of climate change on agriculture, and minimize the use of technology that depends on ecological sound principle. What we used is we use convergence method. We associate all the government departments where all government department helps the farmers. We formed Farmers Club and we registered under government cooperative society. So after that, this project started actually in cold wetland after 17 years. Most of the cold wetland are waste wetlands. After that, we organized all the farmers, around 50 farmers, and we started the activity. We started, the member defined the responsibility and formulated guidelines to internal management. With guidance of Sarvobhadram Organic, support from Krishi Bhavan, Agriculture Office, they started with activity like selecting crop, variety soil testing, testing crop planting, water budgeting, and conservation. Every step is discussed inside the group to find solutions. The farmer in turn respond with maximum participation and trust that through the new venture, their livelihood for the entire village. The average yield we get is 1,700 kg per acre. This is first time when we do organic, that's why 1,700 kg per acre. Then we got a very good price because it is organic. So we sold almost around double the price what the government is giving. Another where we saved our money is adoption of post-harvesting techniques. We use all the machineries to reduce the cost and everything. So we also find direct buyers so that we can eliminate the middlemen. So with the help of Panchayat, we started a rural mart in our Panchayat, and we also produce byproducts like broken rice, flat rice, rice flakes, etc. This is the project management system we developed, how to start work and how to end, what are the, when we have to use our fertilizer and all these things. These are the different stages of rice. Thank you. Sir, we dewaterize the system, drainage. I said, yeah, we have to dewater, otherwise there is no option. In between May and December, we dewater, and we use that water, we recycle that water. Yes, sir. Yeah, that is, sir, chain of canals are there, and but. Say both. We have improved the old one, and we created some sluice canals and on recent places to dewater and control the water system.
How many days you are proposing to be away from emergency?
Yeah. Yeah.
How many days you are
Say 15 days, in between 15 days we are doing. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, I worked out in our area. Because under rebuilt Kerala, we cleaned all the canals, and we prepared many sluice canals in between to control the flow of water. Jiva.
what about
Prepared in our Yes, sir. Because most of the farmers are aware of Jivamridam and all this thing. We are given training on Jivamridam. So it is a successful one, sir.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
A round of applause for Dr. Srini KR for the brilliant presentation. Moving ahead, now we have a special session on quantitative polymerase chain reaction, agrigenomics, and GTS. Let's welcome Dr. Srinivas Chadaram from Austin, USA. Please welcome, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good to be here. I'm coming back to Orissa after almost like 40 years. The last time I remember was like a young teenager visiting along with my parents. But yeah, so glad to be back. I'm a trained veterinarian from Andhra Pradesh Agriculture University. And I moved to the US and did my PhD in neurobiology and been working on developing technological solutions. For the past 5 years, I've been working with Thermo Fisher Scientific, and based on my training in veterinary sciences, I've been interested to work on genotyping platforms for agriculture. And so, along with me, my colleague was supposed to be here, but unfortunately, because of the delays, he had to take off. He had a flight at 5 o'clock, so he had to leave. So Arjun, he's also a trained molecular biologist from CCMB, and he's worked on multiple genotyping solutions. So it would have been good to have him here too. But today I'll try to do a fill for both of us. So what we are going to present is, next slide. Or, yep, slide. Left click. Thank you. So at Thermo Fisher Scientific, I know all of you are in science and you would have come across Thermo Fisher Scientific definitely in your lab. We are known to support science and support our customers to develop a healthier, cleaner and safer earth. But what is lesser known probably is that we do work in the agriculture space. And we have, our mission is to ensure the safety of food. And there are two divisions within our company where we are focusing on animal health, diagnostics, and creating genomic platforms for supporting agriculture and also preventing zoonotic diseases. What I'm going to focus on is how we are using the various technological platforms that are available. I know we heard several awesome talks, plenary sessions, where folks have developed multiple varieties of crops. They've been looking at understanding various indigenous species, QTL mapping, and all of that. I'm sure all of you love your quantitative PCR, and the Sanger sequencing applied biosystem brand is something that is synonymous to genotyping discovery work for ages. But along with that, we do have acquired, Thermo Fisher Scientific had acquired the Iron Torrent platform to support the NGS, next generation sequencing work, the metrics microarray platform, again to support genotyping work and at a scale of thousands of markers. But what is key is in your genotyping journey with the crops or plants or animals or fish of interest is where you are. If you are in your early discovery phase, you will be using our qPCR Sanger sequencing platform where you are looking at say 5 to 10 specific genetic markers or trait markers. But if you are, say, in early discovery phase, you've done now whole genome sequencing, and that was one of the reasons why I was asking our previous speaker, was that if you have your whole genome sequencing, now you are trying to identify which markers are of importance. You are going to do a population-wide study, genome-wide association studies. That's where platform is a great solution to use. And after having characterized the important traits that are really important, you would try to develop some genomic selection models because you're trying to improve the crops by naturally selecting the traits which are of importance and varieties which have those traits for whether it is disease or drought resistance or for quality of produce, better, faster yield, and all of those traits, you develop a model that how you're going to move forward. And that is where the AgriSeek targeted GBS, which is when you're looking at say anywhere between 100 to 3,000 or 5,000 markers, where you're focusing on really selecting for those important traits and creating QTL maps which are of economic importance, it becomes a platform of choice because now you're really scaling up. And that's where we provide the solutions across the continuum based on what your need is. So here's the starting with the discovery work with the qPCR system. All of you all are quite familiar, so I'm going to skip. We do have TACMAN probes and primers, which are world-class quality. I think a lot of our seed companies across the world really use it for their research. Then our recent addition from the Thermo Fisher solutions is the Absolute Cube. This is our latest digital PCR platform, which can be used in a lot of applications. So we would definitely invite you all to reach out to our commercial teams here in India to help you develop assays of your interest. Then, of course, our Sanger sequencing platform, which people have used for developing STR markers or SSR markers in plants. On the animal side, it is very widely used in livestock industry and in companion animal industry for doing parentage analysis. So these were all early platforms, right? But what is more interesting and the one more relevant in the current age is that you're going to use targeted GBS because you want to target the molecules of interest. I mean, we heard on aromatic plants and medicinal plants and also several different traits that are really important in the indigenous crops here. So you can target for those specific genes by using a targeted GBS approach. And the idea why we think that this is a good platform is that having done the discovery work using qPCR or Sanger sequencing, where you are focused on individual markers, which are now if you say, imagine you were looking at some 100 different markers. Now trying to do qPCR for 100 markers, you will have to do at least set up 20 to 30 different reactions, because each time you can do 2 or 3 markers, or maybe 5 or 6. But imagine combining all of one single reaction, where you can look at targets, whether it is as low as 50 or 100, all the way to 5,000 targets in one single PCR, multiplex PCR reaction. And then once you do the PCR reaction, you're going to do a sequencing, and then about 150 to 200 base pair fragment sequences are available. So you can also do haplotype mapping with that. That kind of helps you in your crop development. So the reason I put this up is, when people are developing their genetic programs, they can always use that in discovery. Now that we have done all this PCR work, we can scale up so that you can improve your genetic correlations and expand. Similarly, on the other end, using relevant markers from the microarray platform, you are able to reduce your costs and also screen a lot more number of samples. The microarrays are really good. You can develop great SNP chips, but then if you really had to scale for thousands of samples, you cannot do that. And just for in fact, if most of the seed companies, when they are launching seeds, they really screen every sample. So to actually, one of our single chip or assay that folks run on our platform is able to help plant about 10 hectares of land. Just in one single experiment, you're able to screen seeds that you are picking and choosing to plant about 10 hectares of land. So it really helps you scale up a lot. And the other key thing that I really wanted to point out, when people think about genotyping by sequencing, they're imagining that, hey, I will isolate my DNA, I'll use some restriction enzyme markers, chop off the DNA, and then sequence it and look at them. In that case, it's very random. But what we are proposing is a targeted amplicon-based system, where you are, based on the earlier work that you have done with qPCR or microarray, you already know where on the reference genome your gene is. So using those positions on the chromosome locations, you're actually targeting to amplify only the gene of your interest. So this also becomes a very good tool to actually validate your gene edits. Like if you have spliced off, or if you have edited regions, now you have we have developed primers that you are targeting the region of your interest. You amplify and see if your gene editing has worked or not worked. So those are some of the advantages. With targeted GBS, your accuracy level really goes up. It's very consistent. So therefore, it really helps you in developing your new crop lines with the known fact that the genes of your interest have been targeted. So it's a very important tool for marker-assisted selection, backcross marker-assisted breeding, and backcrossing, forward trait integration, and QTL development. Okay, what is this? So we do offer at Thermo Fisher Scientific, we always believe in offering end-to-end complete solutions. We do have great sample prep solutions. They are MagMax score. It's really critical for isolating your DNA and estimating it, getting good quality DNA, so you can trust your data. Then after that, the other key service that our team works with the scientists is developing panels of their interest. So we have trained bioinformaticians who would work with you in developing the primer panels for the markers of your interest, so that accuracy goes up and your production cost goes down. Likewise, we offer the library prep and barcodes, the sequencers and the sequencing chips. And the next important piece is the data analysis. We have developed amazing analysis tools, like you could do polyploid analysis, you could do structural variant analysis. It really helps our plant customers and our animal customers and aqua customers to go deep into developing lines of their interest, which are of great production value. So here's an example, and what I would like to show, point out here is that this single multiplex assay that we'll develop, it will include SNPs, multinucleotide polymorphisms. It can include insertions and deletions. So it's not just one type of marker. You can add multiple types of markers in that single multiplex assay. So that's the advantage of it. And our team makes sure that all of these can work. There's compatibility in that, and then they are working very efficiently. And on the right side, on the box, as you can see, we have developed multiple custom panels working with various customers. The ones that I've highlighted in blue, underlined, are some of the crops we are working with various research groups in India and across Asia, like chilies, chickpea, corn, oil palm, pearl millet, tomato, and others. So we are constantly looking for doing collaborations with scientists in each region for working on crops of their relevance. And another key factor is that, as I mentioned before, in this targeted amplicon-based sequencing, you're always going to get about 150 to 200 base sequences. So even though if you have not done whole genome sequencing, you don't have to go for it. If you know your genes of interest, because we are doing sequencing, you'll get about 150 to 200 base pair fragments. So you can just focus on the area or genes of your interest. And what we have noticed is, in addition to the known SNP that you're looking for, you're also able to discover additional markers. And in fact, our software will automatically pick and choose, and it will say, hey, based on the population of samples that we have tested, here are some additional polymorphisms that we are seeing, additional SNPs that we are seeing. So it helps you in developing better linkages and doing better fingerprinting or QTL development. So in terms of the workflow, it's pretty simple. Again, it's very automatable. Anybody in your lab can adopt it. If you have a good molecular biology lab, you can definitely do it. The first steps are, of course, we design the panel based on the targets of your interest. Once that is done, it's a PCR, it's a multiplex PCR reaction. You amplify your DNA samples, and then they're all barcoded. Once they're all barcoded, they're all pooled and then loaded onto the sequencer. From there on, everything is automated, and you get your data output at the end of 2.5 days, where it is directly giving you data. And the entire, the principle behind Ion Torrent is that every time, as most of you are molecular biologists, you'll understand this, as you're sequencing the DNA, every time you're adding a nucleotide, there is a hydrogen ion release. So the system is keeping track of time-lapse tracking, where at each time point, as whichever base is being added, a hydrogen ion is released. All of that signals are then converted into base calls, and that's how you develop your fragment. And that fragment is then backcrossed to the reference genome of your choice, based on which the primers were developed, and your analysis is done to get the genotype calls. So it's actually a pretty neat system, and you get a very good report which will tell you, here are the markers that are present in the samples that you've tested, here's the call rates, how the samples did. You also have graphical representation where you can compare the coverage, the on-target, and uniformity, and make your choice that whether this sample passes your criteria or does it need to be repeated. And then this is a very flexible platform. You have one sequencer and the Ion Chef, which is like your microwave oven, your personal chef, will help in doing all the work for you. But the key that I would like to point out is the flexibility comes in that we have multiple chip sizes. It gives you different read capacities, which you can use for based on your sample volume and the number of markers. You can pick and choose which one to use, and thereby you are optimizing your cost. So next, moving along. So that was, we started with discovery, then we came to mid density, now looking at the high density, which is where the microarray platform comes into picture. This is for looking at hundreds and thousands of markers. It is again a end-to-end solution. We do develop customized arrays based on the crop or plant or fish of your interest. when you say, here's our whole genome sequences, now we would like to discover these SNPs. These are the SNPs that we found. Now we want to see whether these SNPs are actually distributed across the populations that we are interested in. So that is where the microarray platform really comes into picture. We have a very good software that creates the clusters for you to make the analysis. And the entire platform, we call it as faster because the quality wise is really good. And we have great tools to help you optimize it and reduce your costs with better throughputs. And then again, we do have a whole set of catalog arrays covering different species. But in addition to these, we can always work with you in developing the array of your choice for your crop. And then we are continuously making improvements. That's the advantage of working with Thermo Fisher Scientific, is that we take the feedback from our customers and try to understand what is needed. And that's why, like, a global product manager like me is traveling around trying to meet scientists in different regions of the world to understand where they are, what is the need, and how we can support them. So we do improve the workflow, continuously improve it. So that's what we have done with our Propel workflow, is to help increase the throughput of being able to screen a lot more samples. So with that, I'd like to share one or two success stories so that it gives you an idea of how we work. Here's a collaboration with ICRISAT with Dr. Rajiv Varshini and Dr. Manish Pandey. We worked with them on groundnut, chickpea, and pigeon pea. So they actually had completed their whole genome sequencing. Then they came to us with their SNPs. We developed microarray chips, about 60,000 marker SNP chips for these crops. And then once they ran a few hundred, or I think a few thousand samples, they then were able to pick and choose which were the most relevant SNPs for coming up with divergent lines, so that they can help to bring down the cost and also develop better varieties that the farmers can take. So whatever data they generated from the microarray, then we developed a 5,000 marker panels, which are used for divergence analysis for both the groundnut and chickpea, and the pigeon pea is about to start. So this is again a great collaboration how we work with Dr. Varshini and Dr. Manish Pandey and Manish Rurkiwal at ICRISAT. Here's another, this is a publication that the group published based on the Axiom array work. Here's another collaboration with the Indian Institute of Millet Research with Dr. Napoleon. He recently published the work where he developed mid-density panels for pearl millet for doing divergent analysis. This came out in just last week. Similarly, we do work with fisheries. I know, Orissa, you have a lot of fisheries. I thought this example would be really good. There are multiple companies across the world that we work with. They're developing fish, where multiple varieties. In this case, this is a salmon variety that they were developing, which is resistant to sea lice. It's a very common disease and causes huge losses for salmon fish across the world. And working with us, they were employing various gene editing tools and all of that to develop disease-resistant salmon. Another great example I'd like to share, this is from the state of Ireland. If you look at Ireland, it is actually not even half the size of Orissa, the state land-wise, and but they have developed milk cooperative programs where all the farmers are getting every cow that is born is actually genotyped and registered, and they are all screened for whether they are good for dairy or are they good for beef, and what are the various conditions. So that way they are really improving the entire genotype of the cattle in Ireland, increasing the production so that it actually helps the farmers get a better income. I know the government of India has also taken such initiatives. We are actually currently collaborating with National Dairy Development Board, BIAF, and the Animal Husbandry Department. I was just at a consortia by the group last week. So they are also developing a platform, a genotyping platform, to help with improving indigenous cows and also helping with the crossbreds in India. So these are some of the various activities that we are continuously working on and look forward to work with. But another, I know we all could be making presentations, right? All of us will come up with jazzy slides and all of that, but the real value is when you see your own data. And that's where we have the Power of Experience program. We always invite scientists that, hey, try this technique out, how this data looks. If this really works for you, you can then think about applying this solution as you move forward. So we call it as a pilot program, where your investment is that you share what are the markers of your interest and you pay for the development of the panel. We do free testing of your samples, produce all the data, help you with the data so that you can prepare that for your publication and also prepare that for future development of your project. So that way you are not really investing a huge sum of monies in trying to procure equipment and set up lab and train people and all of that. This is a sure short way of collaborating with us and taking the solution to a faster way. So overall, I think Thermo Fisher believes in adding value to the system. We try to bring up flexible solutions that you can use. It can be used in any region of the world for any crop, anything that people are working with. It's always a powerful tool because we are able to bring in technology and science to support the scientists of the world and work with them in creating better solutions. And always we are looking at cost effectiveness because that's really key, especially in agriculture. Price is number one, price is number two, price is number three, and price is number 10, right? So it is really important that we develop effective tools. We may have the best technology in the world, but if we cannot really make it for mass usage, taking it to the farmers for whom it really matters, I don't think it would make any sense. So we always believe in designing solutions for agriculture, creating a good value. So here are various groups that we work with. I know in some we have some of the members here, like from Bayer, with whom we have been working across the world. Local Indian companies like Mahindra Seeds, Ikrisat. There are quite a few seed companies across the world that we are collaborating and working in providing the solutions. Likewise, livestock breeding groups, whether it is livestock or poultry or fisheries, we have been working with them, including National Dairy Development Board, ICR institutions, BIF, and NIAB. So we would be interested in looking forward to working with institutions on the eastern side of India. Especially, we were hoping to connect with the fisheries groups here and the Orissa Agriculture and Technology Universities. So I would be happy to take some questions. And I know because of the schedule, it may be limited, but we are here and we also have a booth. Please do visit our booth and connect with us and see how we can collaborate and support your work as we move forward. So thank you. Any questions? Yes. 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 So we have our Harish and Debraj. They both are from India and they are our technical specialists here. We said like after the talk, we can exchange our contact info and glad to work with you. That's why I asked the question on the T-board presentation. So happy to work. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so point of care solutions are coming. Right now, the accuracy, consistency is still not there to the liking, right? And also the cost. But I'm sure in another 5 years, you will get a lot of point of care technologies where you could say plug and play on your laptop, collect a sample. I mean, in humans, we are already doing. And COVID, if you have seen, we took PCR in a 15-minute PCRs were being done at point of care. So those solutions, yes, COVID was bad for humanity. COVID, in some sense, was also good for technology development. So those sort of technological progress is coming. I think in near future we'll see such solutions, including from Thermo Fisher. We are working on some of those for future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for Team Thermo Fisher Scientific. We would definitely like to see their collaboration with institutions like OUAT and CIFA of Odisha. Moving ahead now, let us welcome Dr. R. Raman, Director, CNF and SA, Annamalai University, Chennai. And he is talking on impact of climate change on agriculture, mitigation and adoption strategies for food security.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Tripadi sir and other colleagues. Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers who has given a chance for me to present my paper here. My topic is impact of climate change on agriculture, mitigation and adoption strategies for food security. Actually, I am from the Annamalai University, Faculty of Agriculture. Lastly, we have established a center for natural agriculture for the benefit of farmers, for the benefit of environment, for the benefit of health of the people. Our center aims to attain 5H, that is nothing but healthy soil, healthy environment, healthy food, healthy body, and healthy mind. This is our concept. Before I'm going to talk about this, my topic, I would like to say something about our Indian agriculture. So India is a global agriculture powerhouse, world largest producer of milk, pulse and spices, large area under the wheat, rice and cotton, world greatest cattle populations, especially buffalo, second largest producer of rice, wheat, cotton, sugarcane, fish, sheep and goat meat, fruit and vegetables, diverse agroclimatic zones in the world. India is growing more number of crops than the other countries. The reason is we have a different agroclimatic zones. Even in rice, we grow the rice in various ecosystems. Like we grow the rice under the irrigated conditions, we grow the rice under the rainfed conditions, we grow the rice under the direct zone conditions, we grow the rice in deep water conditions, we grow the rice in hill that we call as a hill rice. And the world, no other countries growing the crops, especially rice crops, below the mean sea level. We, the Indians, grow the rice below this mean sea level, especially in Kerala. There is a place called as a Kuttanadu. In Alleppey districts, people are growing the crops below the mean sea level. Then diverse domestic market, there is a great demand for the market. Then rising the demand for food and high value fruits and protein. Rapid urbanization, because that's the biggest issues now. Increasing middle class, fertile soils. We had a fertile soils in early days. Now we have some problem with the soil. Then domestic R&D and extension capacity, global market, and expanding the demand and biofuel competitions. These are some of the opportunities. So Indian situations, the last 60 decades, We at time we were the importer of grains. Now we are the exporter of grains. We export the grains to various countries. Our grains or our produce are having excellent market in the international levels. Some of the, though we got a lot of things, now we have some of the major challenges before us. Rapid human population growth. You know, when you go to the website, there's a voltometers there. When you check with that, we can easily notice that every day in India, 60,000 kids are birth. 60,000 birth is every day. The death rate is only 25 to 30,000. That means every day the new addition is more in the country. But we had to provide for the growing population. That is the biggest thing for us. And the changing dietary demands, then increased pressure on land and poor fertility. You know, the land now, the urban area land are converted as plots. The plots are converted as flats, and there is a great problem with the poor fertility because after these green revolutions, we have totally forgot to apply the organic manures. We were very confined with only the chemical fertilizers. Chemical fertilizers may provide a particular nutrient only at particular times. But what happened? When we forgot to apply the organic manures, most of the soils are having poor fertility soils. There is no physical properties, no chemical properties, poor in biological properties, and most of the soils are having micronutrient deficiency. When we have a micronutrient deficiency, that limit the crop, limit the uptake of major nutrients. It is like our food. You know that we are using only a small, what we are using small quantity of materials in our food. Not millets, very, very small quantity. We are using salt as a very minimum quantity, a pinch of salt. Suppose if you are not adding the salt, is it able to take up by us the food? We won't like to take it because salt plays major role. Like that in agriculture, in field also, the micronutrient plays major role that allow the plants to take a major nutrients. If the plant is, if the soil is limiting or deficient in micronutrients, that limit the uptake of major nutrients by the crops. Then the biggest issues which we are talking across the globe, national level, regional level, global level, and the local level, we are talking about the climate change and increased incidence of severity of disease, insect pests, and drought. These are the major issues of the country. Then you know the climate change is well known to many people. Now we are all facing the climate change. What is actually how we feel the climate change? Every year, when I was a student in our university, that time we had more than 80 to 90 days of even distribution rainfall during the rainy seasons. This year also we received same amount of rainfall. What happened? The number of days are shrunk. It's very difficult for the people to use the water. So the number of rainy days are shrunk. The summer become more summer, winter become more winter, rainy days are shrunk. That is the reason we are having a lot of issues. Here the climate change refers to the long-term shift in temperature, weather pattern in global and regional and climate pattern. Human activities have been main drivers of climate change, primarily due to the burning of fossil fuels like coal and oil and gas. Observation made in the last 50 years indicate that about the 0.1 degree centigrade per decade increase in the atmosphere temperature, and often climate change refers to the significantly to the rise in global temperature from the mid of 20th century to present conditions. So you know that it's a climate change is a natural law. Whatever we give it to the people, we will get back. It's like a mirror. If you in front of the mirror, if you smile, it again smile to us. So whatever we are given to the nature, it will give in fold like that. In agriculture is one of the prone to climate change because the crops are, we are just exposed to the open sunlight, open air, open rainfall. So it's more prone to the climate change, which is directly and indirectly affecting the farming activities, and it also reduces the crop yield. The farmers face many problems due to the climate change. If you take this picture, the one part of the year, people are suffering due to the water drought. The other part of the year, we are facing flood. That's the biggest issues in the country. So why the climate change? There are two causes. One is the natural cause, another one is the man-made cause. So these are the causes for this climate change. The reason increase aerosol due to the emission of greenhouse gases such as the carbon dioxide, the burning of fossil fuels, chlorofluorocarbon, hydrochlorocarbon, then perfluorocarbons, so ozone depletions, UV filters radiations, eruption of volcanoes, the human hands in deforestation in the form of forest fires and loss of wetlands are cause factors of the weather extremes. Among the greenhouse gases, CO2 predominant gas leading to the global warming as it traps long wave radiations, emits it back to the Earth's surface. The impact of climate change on agriculture and food productions. Food production in India is very sensitive to the climate change, such as variability in monsoon rainfall and atmosphere changes within the seasons. Every 1 degree centigrade increase temperature reduce the wheat productivity by 4 to 5 million tons. Small changes in temperature and rainfall have significant effects on the quality of the fruits, vegetables, tea, coffee, aromatic and medicinal plants, and the passamoderays. Pathogens and insect populations are strongly depend upon the temperature and humidity, and changes in these parameters may change their population dynamics. Other impacts on agriculture and related sectors include lower yield from the dairy cattle and decline the fish breeding, migrations, and harvests. Global reports indicate loss of 10 to 40% in crop productions by 2100 by this climate change. Again, it is the same thing. So these are some of the climate change actually. So due to the climate change, we have a drought, flood, or cyclone in the part. The one part we are having a drought. The other part of the year we are having a floods and cyclones. We are getting heat waves and cold waves, coastal inundations, all due to this CO2, CHO, NO2, and other gases. That is the reasons. The input is all this due to the green. The output which we are getting like drought, flood, heat wave, and coastal. It is directly loss of crop yields and horticulture crops, reduce the livestock productivity, reduce the fish productions. It is indirectly or directly negative impact on food security and nutrition security and the rural security. Though the government of India is giving more importance for food security, that's what they are developing. They are launching lot of projects to the people also, like National Food Security Missions. Now they launched the National Mission on Natural Farming. So like that, they are implementing so many mission to the people to overcome all the issues. Influence on agriculture, already we have discussed these things. So due to this climate change, how it affects the soil health, that is very important. The outcome of the climate change is a change in temperate region and change in the precipitation pattern. As a result, carbon, nitrogen, and the hydrology cycles will be affected. And with a change in the climate, there would be a change in the chemical properties of soil, as a heat and water will bring the chemical changes in the soils. Increase in temperature will reduce the soil carbon storage due to the increased decomposition of soil organic matter by carbon dioxide emissions, and ultimately leading to the low water holding and nutrient supply capacity. If you take our own soils, in early days, when we say that ideal soil was around 5% organic matter content, 45% mineral matter, 25% air, water. The reason is, if you analyze our own soils are having less than 0.5% organic matter content because we totally forgot to apply the organic matter content. That is the reasons our soils are having poor in organic matter. Soil, water and climate. Soil moisture content is affected due to the climate change because soil, now we are going for this natural farming system. Natural farming system, we go for a crop rotations, cover crop, and mulching. This will totally control these soil moisture loss. We can go for conservation of soil moisture. Not only that, it also controls the weeds to the great extent. Soil erosion is also controlled by this. We can control, but due to this climate change, the soil erosion it's very common, washing away the upper crust of fertile soils. Soil productivity is reduced, capacity to grow and sustain the crop not certain with the low yield. Then salinity increased due to the seawater rising. In seawater, in the seashore areas, what happened when the water level is decreased, seawater intrusion becoming very common, that we are getting lot of saline water in and around areas. Then on pest and disease due to this climate change, global warming changes the biochemistry of the plants, which impact the herbivorous insect and pathogens. Insect populations are disturbed by different abiotic factors due to the climate, due to the global warming. Insect population increase in this rising temperature and transmit the virus very smoothly from infected plant to healthy plants. On genetic resource, climate change is also one of the key drivers of the erosion of genetic resource for food and agriculture. Yeah, as condition changes, variety and breeds may be amended by the farmers and the livestock keepers and may last forever. Catastrophic extreme weather events such as floods and drought, which is in many parts of the world, are expected to become more frequent because of climate change, can pose on the immediate threat to the survival of the breeds and varieties that are raised only in the specific small geographical area. Whatever I have mentioned in the genotypes, which we have used long back, these are all called as traditional varieties in Tamil Nadu. These are all varieties, traditional varieties. After the green revolution, we slowly just forgot to cultivate these crops. We were very particular about the growing of crops, getting more yield. Now again we are going back to the older system. Now we are starting all these traditional varieties. Even our center, we have collected more than 80 varieties of traditional varieties. Now we are growing. It has a lot of excellent potential on health matters. On wheat productions, due to the climate change, it also affects the wheat production to the great extent. It also affects the rice production to the great extent. And sugarcane production, it is due to the climate change. There is that leads to low sucrose yield. So this is a condition of the farmers. He is asking, where is my traditional seeds? Because due to this green revolutions, we slightly change, we develop new plant types. The new plant types are having excellent potential of yield. But now again we are going back to older systems. The farmers are asking, where is my traditional seeds? He is also saying that, where is the groundwater? My well is dry up. Then he is also asking about the soil has lost its physical, chemical, and biological characters or properties. When we added to all the chemical fertilizer to the soil, it directly and indirectly affect the physical properties, chemical properties, and biological properties soils. The costs of inputs also increased. Now, what happened? When they introduced the green revolutions, that time we used only 3 kg of urea per hectare. Now we are using more than 300 kg of urea. That means 100-fold than what we had in the old days. Now, I have seen some of the ureas in the abroad, especially when I had been to Canada. There I have seen the urea. The color of the urea was brown in color. Here, what is the color of the urea? White in color. Volatile in nature. Leaching loss, volatile loss. Whereas in abroad, they are having a brown in color urea. It sustains the soil for more than 80 to 90 days. The nitrogen use efficiency of their urea is around 90%. Whereas if you take our own urea, the nitrogen use efficiency is only less than 50% because there is a loss. When you open it, there will be volatilization. The volume is reduced, the content is also reduced. So he is asking about the cost of input is increased. Then my seeds are not germinating, soil has become a saline. Whatever the variety we are getting from the outside, sometimes we're not. So this is a condition of the farmers. All due to this, our latest. Then climate resilient Indian agriculture, Indian perspectives. It is contribute to achievement of sustainable development goals. Then it integrates social, economical, and environmental development to meet the challenges of providing and sustainable livelihood to the farmers, food security to the hungry million, then eradication of poverty. This is the major goal of the SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, which is given by the UN. Then it aims that despite the climate change, the income of the farmers should not decrease. They should have enough to live and their income should gradually increase. That's we call it as the climate resilient agriculture on Indians' perspectives. Some of the mitigation by the organic and the natural farming strategies. Here, reducing the emission of nitrogen oxide. So we have to include the leguminous crops. You know, leguminous crops are having excellent potential. It doesn't require much of water when compared to the other crops. It comes very well, but we are growing the crop as an intercrop, as a border crop, as a bun crop, as a fallow crop. We never grow the crop as a pure crop. Whereas the other countries, they grow the crop as a pure crop with a little irrigations. They are getting more than 1,200 kg per hectare. But whereas in the Indian average productivity is only 300 to 400 kg per hectare. Because we grow the crop in a very poor soil or marginal soil or rice fallow conditions. When we introduce the leguminous crops, it requires less water. It adds the atmospheric nitrogen to the root level through the root nodules. It is also we are including this one as a crop rotations, and sometimes we can also grow as a green mini crops. Then reducing emission of methane. So when rice is a stable food for the South Indians, wheat is a stable food for the North Indians, as in the case of cereals. Whereas if you take the millets, pulses, it is a common. When you go to the South India, rice and pulses are the stable food. Why we call it stable? Which we consume more is called as stable food. If you take a South India, we like to take a rice. When you go to the North India, they like to take a wheat along with dal or chana masala like that. Here in South India, we like to take a green gram, black gram, red gram, all other grams. That's what it is a major stable food for the South India. Here, when you use this type of transplanted conditions, here avoiding continuous flooding, that is one of the way to avoid the emission of methane. And the recent days, due to the water scarcity, the government of India, just they're recommending the people to go for a SRA techniques. That is a very common. The NFSM, I was served as 8 years as a national level monitoring team member. I was in charge for 2 states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala. I visited so many places. The government of India focused much on the SRA techniques. The reason is alternate wetting and drying that increase the yield of the crop, and moreover, we can reduce the weeds to the greater extent. We can save the water. All the inputs are totally conserved. Then soil management. Healthy soils are essential to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, building resilience to the climate change by maintaining increasing the carbon content. Any practice that increases the SOC will have a strong potential to ensure the food security in the era of climate change. A long-term study of about 13 years revealed that minimum tillage with the 2 Plesidia help to build up the chemical N fraction in the soil that regulate the soil available N supply to the sorghum, mung bean cropping system in treatment algal salts. We know that soil health is very important. Soil health plays an important role. The human health is based upon soil health. When the soil health is good, that leads to, we'll get a good healthy food. Healthy food leads to healthy persons. And soil health management, like a crop residue, quality of and wherever possible, instead of field as a fallow, we can grow some cover crops, crops, and the legumes, conservation agriculture, then agroforestry, and nutrient management, then water saving technologies are important technologies that prevent to mitigate climate change. Crop management practices. Here we have given some of the crop management practices. We have to select, we have in agriculture, we have 2 types of inputs. One is a monetary input, another one is a non-monetary inputs. The input which involve money is called as a non-monetary inputs. The input which is not involve money, that is we call as a non-monetary input. It's nothing but selection of variety. Anyway, we are going to select a variety. Which variety is suitable for the particular locality, which time when we have to apply the fertilizer, when to sow the seeds. These are just we have to use our brain. So we have 24 hours. We know that when is the right time for study. we prefer to go for a morning time. We never go for study after the lunch. If you go for after lunch, that will give a sleeping dose for us. So like that in agriculture also, we have to think about the time that plays an important role, and when to apply the fertilizers, when to go for sowing of crops. Then this is a very important one, crop diversifications. You know, in our place, especially I am from Tamil Nadu, I am from the Kaveri Delta regions. In Kaveri Delta regions, we had two crops of rice. One is Kuruve season, it is January. Then another one after January, we have August, then September. We used to grow two crops minimum in the year. But what happened due to the late release of water from the Kaveri, many people they keep the field as a fallow. So if you keep the field as a fallow, what has happened? So that leads to a lot of other issues also. So we have selected the crops which require less water. With the available water, we just grow the other crops also. For that, actually, we have got a project from the UGC. We have tried various crops. Here, the pulse as a climate resilient crops, inherent capacity of fixing the atmospheric nitrogen, then adaptation to the climate change and mitigating its effect, reduce the use of passive fuels and the greenhouse emissions, the major drivers of the climate change, then create a genetic diversity, more climate resilient varieties can be developed from the existing diversity. They fit in the multiple cropping system. It is used as a relay cropping, sequential cropping, mixed crop, intercrop. In all the ways, the pulse plays as a climate resilient crops. So this is a project I got it from the UGC, evolving a suitable alternate crop, appropriate technology with appropriate technologies to replace a rice during the Kuruve season. That's one of the major seasons for us in Tamil Nadu under the resource consent conditions for the Kaveri region. Resource means we don't know water is a basic resource for rice crops, because rice is we call it as a semi-aquatic crops. So we have tried all the other crops also. So among the crops, we got an excellent yield from the maize. Maize plays a major role on getting higher return per rupee, that is around 4.4, followed by black gram. Then the gingerly got also 3 point, that means 2.35 return per rupee invested. So these are some of the alternate crop to overcome the problems. Excuse me. Here the resource conservation technologies like zero tillage, utilize crop intensification to conserve soil moisture, conservation and effective utilization of residual soil moisture. So these are some of the ways we can mitigate the mitigation technologies to overcome the problems also. So here that I already mentioned the crop diversifications and some of the benefits of crop diversifications, food and nutrition security, generation of income for the people, alleviating the poverty, just we are giving employment for farmers and effective utilization of land and water resources, sustainable development of agriculture and environmental improvement. These are some of the diversifications of benefit for the farmers. Some of the reducing the emission of CO2, control of soil erosions, application of improved agriculture practices like using of organic farming, conservation technology and agroforestry, improved practices stop the soil erosions, convert the carbon losses into gain. Again the same one. Some of the technologies to get sustained yield is minimum tillage, effective use of non-monitoring input, whatever I mentioned, then crop rotations, cover crops, avoid of chemical-based inputs. Wherever possible, we try to avoid the chemical-based input, mulching, natural-based plant production measures, crop diversifications, then grow tolerant cultivars, water-saving technologies like SRI and irrigation methods, aerobic rice, zero hunger. Then coming to the last one, the final one is we are very particular about the soil, healthy soils. Soil is a living ecosystem and it's a farmer's most precious assets. A farmer productivity capacity is directly related to the health of his or her soils. Sadly, the name of the progress, we have polluted the soil, air, water, soil and the food, what we eat. What we eat which we get from the soils. All because of what is all because of the human being activities. Finally, so we call Earth as a mother. We call her a mother as she gives us everything. But what we give her back? She gives us a food, but we give her a garbage. She gives us a water, but we give her a sewage. She gives us oxygen, but we give her a carbon dioxide. She gives us a medicines, but she gives her sickness, or we made us a sickness. She gives us a chemicals, but we dump her on toxic waste. She gives us a metals, but we give her a metal scraps. She gives us a forest, but we give her a concrete jungles. When you go to the near to the city areas, we can see a lot of concrete jungles in vertical buildings also. Then she gives us a petrol, but we give her plastic waste. She gives us a gold to bejewel ourselves, but we give her bombard and disfigure her. Don't all us know that we are not here without her. With this, I conclude my talk. Question from the delegates. Actually, that's what the government of India just they advising the people to go for SRA techniques. It is nothing but the alternate wetting and drying. And the most of the places in the North India, the burning is the biggest issues also. There is a proverb statement in Tamil Nadu. If you take a rice, top is for human being. Top rice is for human being. Middle of the rice for animals, and the bottom portion for the soils. This is our conditions in Tamil Nadu. So what we can do is we can go for just plowing the field, or we can apply the decomposer. Now there are a lot of decomposers available in the market. A lot of people are developing, and we have a rapid decomposers also available. We can add this decomposer. We can add the organic matter to the soil by addition of these crop stubbles. That's the biggest issues in the North India. Whereas in our place, we have converted as a menu to the soils also. Thank you very much for your question here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead, let's welcome Dr. Deo Mishra from APAC Plant Health Risk Assessment Lead, Bayer Crop Science, Hyderabad, and his presentation is titled as Innovations to Improve Rice Crop Health for Sustainable Smallholder Farming.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will move ahead with the presentation of Dr. Deo Mishra. But before that, I deal with an extreme pleasure to welcome Dr. R.N. Acharya, Honorable DG, CCRS, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. I would request all of you to please welcome sir with a round of applause. We welcome you, sir. Now it is our utmost pleasure to felicitate Dr. Ajit Kumar Sasani. We got to hear sir today morning on a beautiful topic of developing essential oil extraction clusters. And now it is a time to felicitate sir on the dais. Can we please have Dr. Ajit Kumar Sasani, Honorable Director, ICAR, National Institute for Plant Biotechnology, New Delhi, India. And to do the honors, may I please welcome on the stage Dr. R.N. Acharya and Dibyanshu Prasad Das on the stage. This is a small token of love and appreciation. We are awarding sir with the award of Sabut Sahu Memorial Lifetime Achievement Award. I would request all of you to please give a standing ovation to Dr. Ajit Kumar Sasani. Everyone, please. It is our honor to felicitate you on the behalf of Society for Agricultural Research and Management. We congratulate you, sir, and thank you so very much for your presence. Thank you, Dr. Acharya and Dr. Dash, for doing the honor. Now, once again, let's welcome Dr. Deo Mishra on the stage, who is presenting on innovations to improve rice crop health for sustainable smallholder farming.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to thank the organizer for the opportunity to present some of the work that we are doing to support smallholder farmers in the region. When we talk about smallholder farmers, so there are more than 500 million smallholder farmers in whole region. And when we talk smallholders, so it is like the farmer who are having less than 2 hectare land. And one of the important fact is that more than 80% the grain that is produced, it comes by the smallholder farmer. So one thing is that they are also at a major risk of any kind of change, either in climate or if the crop is being affected by the diseases or insects. So they need really a kind of help to save their crop. So in that direction, what we are doing and what kind of support we are providing in terms of giving the kind of innovation so that what they are doing and what they are growing, their crop is saved. So as I said, so rice specifically, as it was mentioned by earlier speakers also, so it is a staple for more than half of the world. And it is a staple as well as it is livelihood, because many of the smallholder farmers, their life and their family, they are dependent on the rice. And that's where now you see, due to the growing population, we need to really have a lot of yield gain again with the minimum number of the land that is available, because as mentioned by earlier speakers, so a lot of urbanization and all those things that is happening. So that is already reducing the cultivable area. So that way it becomes very important to have the kind of varieties or cultivar that can sustain the climate change, that can sustain the risk that is happening with the diseases and insect going forward. So uh, so if we talk about the major plant health traits that is responsible for the yield reduction, specifically in rice, wheat and corn in whole world. And if you see here some of the numbers that is available publicly, so around 37% of the total produce is reduced every year in case of rice, for example. And the diseases, insects and beets, they are the major one. And this is the figure in spite of having a protection of all the insecticide, fungicide, and whatever crop protection measures are available. And if we talk about rice, so these are the three major pests, diseases. They are the important one, like for example, brown plant hopper, bacterial leaf blight, and blast. And for some of the diseases like bacterial leaf blight, and we all know that for bacteria and viruses, we don't have any chemistry to control that one. And that's they become very important to have some of the solutions. So we try to work on, specifically I'm taking example of this bacterial leaf blight, to understand what kind of variation in the pathogen is there in whole region where we are targeting, and then how we can develop a sustainable solution that can really provide protection to the farmer in the way of kind of variety or cultivar they will be growing. So we collected a lot of samples from all the growing area from the India, then isolated all those bacteria to understand the kind of variability. And after analyzing more than 1,400 isolates from those locations from India, we found out that there are 12 major pathotypes, and that accounts for the kind of disease that is happening in India. And if you see, this activity is done based on the phenotyping activity, and that's why I was asking the question that if there are something that can be done directly in the field, because you need to collect the sample and then do inoculation and understand. One major finding here, if you see, these are the resistant genetics, and none of the single resistant gene is effective against all. So against all these 12 races, single resistant gene is not effective. So what we need to do, we need to combine 2 or 3 together, so that whatever resistance we are bringing into the variety or hybrid, they are able to provide protection against all the races that is dominating. So that's what we try to understand, and we also try to see that what is the kind of population dynamics that is there in whole region, and which race is dominating, what is their population, like race 3, if you see here, so it is having almost 40% population structure in whole region. So based on that, we try to really develop some of the cultivars. Before that, what we also try to understand that, because that activity is done manually and we need to do a lot of work in greenhouse and laboratory. So what we were thinking, if there is a genomic approach that can be done directly on the pathogen isolate. So what we did in collaboration with CCMB and IMTech and California University, we tried to sequence all those 100 isolates and try to see what is the variation that is happening inside the bacteria. And we try to find out that some of the variation, they are directly linked with the kind of the virulence a isolate is having. And that is what we identified. If there is variation in pathogenicity region in the pathogen, then it is able to break the specific resistance that is being deployed. So that understanding really helps a lot so that we decide and target that what kind of resistance need to be deployed so that our cultivar should be effective across the region. So here is one example, the variety and hybrid that we have developed be deployed in the region, and that is providing really very great protection against this disease. And this is the example from Orissa. And if you can see the susceptible cultivar, it is badly damaged, and side by side, the resistant one is having full protection. And if you see the yield in susceptible 1.7 ton versus 8.3 ton. So the kind of yield loss that can really happen, and kind of this resistance can protect that kind of yield loss. Because for bacteria, as we discussed, there is nothing from the chemistry side. And same way in Raipur, we have seen again similar kind of scenario. And then we had multiple cultivar that is developed and deployed in many countries other than India as well. And if you can see, it is working across all those regions, be it Vietnam, India, different place, or Bangladesh. So it is providing a lot of protection to the disease, and a lot of means relief to the farming community to protect their crop. Second trait that we try to understand and work, because this insect is very dynamic, this brown plant hopper, and once it comes on the cultivar, it can destroy everything. Within 2 week time, the crop is gone. So that's where we try to understand in same way what are the resistance genetics that can provide protection. So we understood the population dynamics in the insect, and we also found that there are some genetics that protects against this insect. And then we tried to develop product to really deploy for the resistance against this insect also. And the kind of protection that it provides, so you can see these two lines, they have been planted in same field, and the number of insects they are preferring to feed on this one. So you can see a lot of insects they are feeding there, and this one, very few numbers. So it means it is having the kind of non-preference that is not allowing insect to feed on this cultivar. And that way it is really a great one to deploy so that farmer can protect their crop. We also try to understood that what is happening. And if you see here, there are two cultivars that we have grown, and as we have seen in the earlier slides, so resistant and susceptible. Then this blue bar is the susceptible one, and green one is resistant. So when insect is released on both the cultivars, so you can see the multiplied on susceptible one, and after 51 days on per plant, it was more than 1,000 insects they were feeding, whereas on the resistant plant, it remained below 300 population. So that is the kind of protection it is providing. And if you can see some of these pictures, so similar way as we have seen for bacterial blight, so here also you will see the resistant and susceptible. So it is providing full protection against that one. So that is something we have deployed now, because we have some products that is showing resistance, like this 8433DT and Dhani DT. It is having resistance against bacterial leaf blight as well as brown plant hopper borer. So the kind of impact what we are noticing, you can see here 4 spray and 1 spray. So after 4 spray for the insect, even farmer was not able to protect their crop. With resistance, 1 spray and 1 spray that was required, because when insect stopped feeding on that crop, then they started jumping on the other one. So that's where we applied one spray. So 3 sprays saved there, and crop is saved. So that way it is helping. Means this is a kind of natural genetics that is providing a lot of protection to the farming community in this region. Same way, the third trait that we work, because biotic stresses are there, but there are abiotic stresses also, like the submergence. Submergence is a phenomenon that happens regularly every year, and there are a lot of area that is estimated around 20 million hectare area. It is a kind of the area that is affected by rain and kind of submerged land area whole Asia, the yellow region that is being seen here. So we also try to develop the cultivars utilizing this sub-1 gene, means the resistance that is responsible for the submergence tolerance, and genetics protection for the submergence condition for more than 15 days. And if you see here the kind of protection, if these two cultivars, they are not having submergence tolerance, so they are having 9 score, means more than 95% plants they did during submerged condition. But all these cultivars, they are having submergence tolerance, so the score was 3, means less than 5% plants they were dead, and more than 95% plants they were surviving. And that is what we had seen at commercial level also. We released one product, Garage AZ7006 in Bangladesh. And if you see here, after transplanting, there was flood-like situation and crop was submerged for 21 days. And when water receded, then you can see that other cultivar, it is gone already. There is no survival. But whereas in side-by-side plant, you can see that more than 95% plants, they are surviving. So this trait is also working well. And what we are trying to now combine such genetics, which is having abiotic stress tolerance, along with some of those biotic stress resistance, also bacterial blight and BPH together, so that we can provide a comprehensive solution to the farming community. So that is what I just wanted to showcase. So we developed first product in 2008 and launched, and it is still there, and it is being grown in all those areas in Asia. Then we came up with the disease and insect resistant trait that is providing good protection for brown plant hopper and bacterial leaf blight. And also, as I told, that the submergence tolerance also, and the kind of impact it is having. If so more than 4 million acre area is under these traits now in India and all other Asian countries. And one example is one of the farmer from Chhattisgarh. So she got the award by Prime Minister also for the highest yield in the cultivar that is grown there, and that was having kind of resistance against disease, because when disease came, only that product survive and others, they gone away. So that way, we just try to see that what kind of impact. As of now, this technology or traits they are having. So as I said, that they are being, like this BLB trait is being grown in around 4 million acre area. And we are seeing a good relief, and it is providing a lot of protection against the disease. And also is good protection because bacteria, there is no chemistry, and farmers generally they use the antibiotics, and antibiotics, they are not basically good for the crop, because they go into food chain and they are consumed by human beings, and later on the antibiotics, they are not effective when we are taking. So that way, and same way, the BPH tolerance also, it is around in 250,000 acre area is grown, and we are saving around $30 per acre in terms of the yield loss protection that we are seeing. And same way in the submergence as well. So that is how we are developing some of these solutions to the farming community in the region. And they are providing a lot of protection in terms of saving their crop from all these stresses. So we developed first product in 2008, and then later on we came with multiple product for the resistance against the diseases like the bacterial leaf blight. And then 2017 we came up with dual trait, that is bacterial leaf blight and this brown plant hopper. And then we got up, we brought this 7006, so it is having bacterial blight, submergence, and salt tolerance, so triple trait. And then we are coming with other traits also, which can provide really comprehensive and sustainable solution going forward. So what is the way forward, what we are looking, because it is not like that if you provide one solution, then it is having a long-lasting impact. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to have a customer design solution, like having chemistry, having genetics together, and when to apply, means the prediction based application, because need based, when it is needed, then only we need to apply the chemistry. And that's where now the technology is going ahead, like use of the drones and all those. So maybe whatever is needed, that only need to be applied. It is not like that the insect infestation is happening in one part of the field and we need to apply in whole field. So if we can predict, we can apply right chemistry, and we can have the right genetics together so that it can have a long-lasting impact. Solution we are providing, it can be more sustainable and more durable. So that is the direction what we are taking. And that's where one example, as I told earlier also, so same BPH case, so 6 spray versus 2 spray. So the kind of protection we are getting, and 4 spray versus 1 spray. So this is something what we say, the customer design or the tailored solution that is being provided now. And that is the way forward also, because it is not only that we need to have a cultivar or a variety or hybrid, but we need to have a comprehensive solution. So we need to think of the tailored genetics, what is required. We need to also work upon the simulation models, what is the label, which disease can come, and what is the solution that we need to really look into in that term, like pest quantification and all those. If it can be done in real-time situation, that can really help. So that way we are thinking, so that based on that understanding, then pesticide and genetics, which genetics and which pesticide can be combined, and then we can have really a comprehensive solution for the farming community. And what way it will impact, because then farmer will be having healthy crop, and then their ROI, return on investment, will be really good, because they can predict that what is happening and how much they can invest and how much they can get into the return. And then a lot of convenience, because if there is insect infestation or if there is a disease, farmer needs to arrange a lot of things. He needs to arrange the chemistry, he needs to arrange the labor, he needs to arrange the machinery and all those. But such kind of solution that is inbuilt with the seed itself, so that can provide a lot of convenience and farmer can avoid all those things. So that is the way what we are trying to develop and what we are trying to really support the farming community in this way. And some of the technologies, like the way now it is growing up, like genome editing and all those, so maybe that could be the part of going forward as these technologies becomes available from the regulatory authorities. So this is what I wanted to just share, that in what way we are helping to farming community and how we are supporting them to ensure that whatever they are growing, they are getting there. So this is all from my side. And this work is not done by one, because we had taken a lot of collaboration also. So from where we had collaborated with CCMB, with Dr. Ramesh Sunti and group, specifically on working on the genomic solution, characterizing the pathogen isolate and all those. IMTech, the Prabhu Patil and the group for all those genome sequencing and activity. Then from Indian Institute of Rice Research, Dr. Sundaram and Dr. Laha, and then also from the California University, UC Davis campus, Dr. Pamela Ronald and all those. So this is really a kind of work that is now at commercial stage now, and that is helping a lot of farming community in whole region. So this is all from my side. If there are any query, maybe yes, I can take up. Exactly. That part, as Dr. Raman was mentioning, means that the climate change is a reality. Yeah, that's what, sir, I'm coming to. Means that is the reality. And with the increase in temperature, the population development is really at high scale. So that is what I mentioned, the pest prediction. If we can predict that this is the climatic condition and this is the pest population now, how it can evolve in next 15 days. So that model I was talking about going forward. So as of now, we are not there, but we are working on that so that we can predict. In 15 days, there would be epidemic of the insects. So now we need to work on, or now we need to apply pesticides. So that is something is very important. Exactly. 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 Means that is the something we say the prediction means based on rainfall, photo period, temperature, all those, so that our model could be more accurate. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Moving ahead, now please welcome Dr. C. Kathirvelu, and he is talking on ethology of lycinid butterflies, and he is from Annamalai University, Chennai, India. Please welcome him.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to talk about ethology of lycinid butterflies. What is ethology? So you may be knowing about different science, entomology, pathology, or zoology, like that. So ethology is nothing but a studying of behavior of the insects. So in this presentation, I would like to talk about the butterflies of Lycinidae. Actually, in the insects, there will be 33 orders, in which we have an order that is called a Lepidoptera. It is the second largest order in the class of Insecta, in which we have butterflies that belongs to the family of Lycinidae. It is the second largest family of the order, under which we have the example of butterflies, namely blues, coppers, hair streaks, and metal marks. So far, there were about 6,000 species of lycinids recorded worldwide, out of which 438 species were recorded in India and 92 species were recorded in Tamil Nadu. So these butterflies can be identified with its presence of thread-like projections in the hind wings, which will be looking small tufts to long fluffy tails. So with that, we can easily able to identify these butterflies. When you look into the caterpillars of the butterflies, it is entirely different, because we are all fascinated towards the butterflies, but these caterpillars are, we don't like. So they are woodlouse shaped. Then they will be feeding on the plants, and also weeds in an ecosystem, but the adults depends on the nectars of the plant species. So here we should be very careful in dealing with these insects because the younger ones are voracious feeders of the plants, whereas the adult ones depends on the nectar. They will not feed on the crops or the weeds. Some species of these lysinids are hemipterophagous. It is nothing but they are acting as a predators. They will be feeding on the other insects. Then these lysinids has the association with the ants. So the association may be parasitic or commensals, or sometimes it may be mutualistic because both are being benefited. That's what we used to call it as a myrmecophilus, and we can call it as a phytophagus. It is nothing but, already I told you that hemipterophagous, because it will not feed on plants. Instead, they will be feeding on the other insects. Apart from that, these insects will also involving in the pollination service of the plant species, many of the plant species. And regarding the study of diversity of these butterflies, mostly the butterflies studied well in hot spots of our country, for example, in the Himalayas, as well as in the Western Ghats. So in that line, so the southern part of the peninsula is also, the butterfly diversity is rich, but there will be lack of studies conducted in that. That's what this study has been taken up in the coastal area, as well as in the southern part of the country, that is Tamil Nadu. So especially regarding the butterflies, the lysinids were given very less attention when compared to all other families, because there were a lot of folks have been conducted in Papilionidae and other big sized one, because these butterflies are very tiny and small in size. So even though I have given attention to that, and coming into the need of the study, these lysinids will have a multiple dimension as a predator, pest, and also pollinator. Just now I told you in the introduction itself. And these are the tiny butterfly groups when compared to the other butterflies. These are all very smaller in size, and it was less studied. And they have a typical behavior of having association with ants. That we used to call it as a myrmecophily. And the predatory and economically important hemipterans. So that's what it gets attention, because these butterflies will be feeding on the other insects like mealybugs. Because these mealybugs are being a major pest of many of the crop plants. Then important pests of crops, especially like pulses, in which we have blue butterflies. They will be acting as a very serious pest. Then look into the main objective of the study is to determine the ethological aspects like myrmecology and also other behavior of the selected species of like anid butterflies. So for carrying out this work, so we have first studied about the diversity of the lysinids. So we have selected 2 districts from southern part of Tamil Nadu and also the western part and also northern part. So north, south, east, west, we have selected 2 districts randomly, and we have studied about the diversity of the butterflies based on the observation with the help of NACRI, as well as photographic documentation and also collection with the net sweeping, and all those methods were adopted. And after that, we have identified the potential species and studied their ethological, I mean the behavioral aspects. So for which we have conducted a study also. So here you can able to see the experimental setup of ant association, that is a myrmecological association of ants, that is Tamponatus compressors with the Eucrychops niges. So that is a blue butterfly larvae. So we have allowed different numbers, that is 1, 2, and 3 numbers with the larvae, and how it had association with this. So that we will discuss in the results. Then other ethological studies like colorational changes of the lysinid butterflies due to seasonal variation, and the mud puddling behavior, and also their other behaviorals like how they are keeping its wing position. Then host plants of the lysinid butterflies, what are all its host plants for its development, survival, and also its growth. Then pollination beneficiary and nectar yielding plants of the species were also studied. Then coming into the first part of the work, that is the diversity. So we have documented about 36 genera from the study area and 45 species. And the study was carried out during the 2018 and 19, and in which we have categorized 22 genera under the subfamily Polyomtinae and the 11 genera under Theclinae. Then the identified genus are listed out here. And the photographs of the lysine butterflies were documented in the study area is given here. So you can able to see the different genus and species of butterflies that were documented in the study area, were taken photograph and also collected specimens, and they were identified up to species level, and their identification character is also given here, but I do not want to give explanation on all those things because it will take a lot of time. So just you can have a glance of the diversity of these lysinid butterflies in the study area. Because in this presentation, I'm mainly concentrating on their ethology, that is the behavior. So that's what I have not given much concentration on the diversity studies. So in this, in the myrmecological study, so we have conducted this study with the release of a number of ants, because you might have seen in some of the plants, the ants are having association with the insects. So you may not know, so why these ants are roaming here and there. That is because they will be having a mutual association with one another, because the ant will protect the insects, whereas the insects are giving supplement to the ants. So for example, honeydew substance. So for which the ants are attracted towards the insects, and when you just going for touching that insect, ants will come and bite you. That is a quite natural one. That type of behavior is being found with the lysinid butterfly species. So not with the other butterflies like papilionids or nymphalids, you don't find any association. So this type of association is being commonly seen with this. So that's what we have conducted. So how many number of ants, so through which we can stimulate or stimulate the honeydew substance as well as the tentacle eversions. So in that experiment, so when we release two number of ants with a single number of larvae, we can able to get a honeydew substance, little bit more of honeydew substance as well as the tentacle eversions. So tentacle is nothing but elastic gland-like presence on the larvae. So that will actually attract the ants. That will give the attention to the ants so that the ants will get attracted to that, and they will be having association with the larvae. And in this picture, you can very clearly able to see the tentacle eversions. So tentacle eversions as well as the ants which are attending the lysine larvae for the honeydew substance. So here you can able to see, because when the ants will approach the larvae, so automatically they will secrete a honeydew substance. So that nectary gland is being present in the 7th or 8th abdominal segment, for which the ants are attracted and they will feed on that. And here also you can able to see the honeydew secretion, because this honeydew secretion is being very commonly found with the BPH also, because Dr. Mishra may be knowing well about that. And here you can able to see the hand which harvests the honeydew substance, and here also you can able to see the antennal stroking for the stimulation, because the ants will go and they will just strike with its antenna, so that they will go for secreting this honeydew substance. So this is a very typical behavior which is being associated with these lysinid butterflies. And when you come for the interaction, so how much of stimulation which will increase the droplets of honeydew substance. So here we can able to see that 3 times, that is a stimulated attack, will increase the secretion of the droplet size as well as the tentacle eversions. So if it is not being stimulated, you can able to see the less quantity of the droplet size as well as the tentacle eversions, because the ants will also go for approach, so that the ants will release Similarly, the ants will also ever sets the tentacles, so that will attract the ants. So that mutual behavior is being very commonly found with these insects. And looking into the coloration of the lysinids, because we all knows very well that the butterflies are so colorful and fascinated, and we are all attracted to that. But that will have a different behavior based on the climate. For example, so you can able to see the insects like the common cerulean or the angle period and common period and gram blues, they will be having a different coloration based on the season. That we used to call it as a wet season form and dry season form. In the wet season form, you can able to see the dark parallel lines on the undersurface of the wings, whereas in the dry season form, it will be light parallel lines. Whereas in the angle period, it is bright color and dull color in the dry season. In the common period, again, it is a bright color and dull color with the even spots. So on the whole, we can easily able to understand that the climate will also play a major role on the behavior of the insects. Because in the wet season form, these insects will be looking dark and the spots will also be looking prominent. Whereas in the case of dry season form, it is looking dull. And if it is in the case of spots, the numbers may be less or it may be irregular. I will show the pictures of these butterflies so that you can very clearly able to understand. So here you can able to see the lines on the undersurface of the wings. You can able to see dark as well as light. Here also you can able to see the presence of spots on the undersurface of the leaves. So similarly in these species, and especially in the bottommost one that we used to call it as a gram blue, these butterflies are being otherwise called as the blue butterflies. I mean, in pulses, we used to call it as a blue butterflies. So these insects in the dry season form, you can able to see it is light in color and eye-like spots are present. And also you can able to see a dark bands on its aerial wings. And these butterflies will also having a typical kind of behavior called mud puddling. So this behavior is being mainly exhibited by these insects to absorb nutrients from the decomposing leaves or the dry organic matter. So that will be mainly utilized for development of its ovaries as well as for its egg laying and also for the purpose of mating. So when it goes for mating, it will lose its complete energy. So for which it has to go for mud puddling behavior. So in the study area, we have observed the mud puddling behavior of the insects, namely angle period, then common line blue, tiny grass blue, gram blues, and also grass jewels. I will show the photographs of these butterflies that were taken in the study area, and they will be going for mud puddling. It is nothing but they will be sitting simply, even some animal urination, these butterflies will sit over there and they will absorb the nutrients from that. And when you look into the wing position, so we all may not concentrate on how do these butterflies have the wings. But when we closely observe, they will have 4 different types of wing position. So for example, the first one is the wings are folded, then wings are fluttering, then wings spread, then wings upright and half open, and wings upright and at rest. So in that way, they will be having 4 different types of wing patterns on the position of the wings during at rest. So when the butterflies are flying, they will simply spreading the wings, whereas when it is at rest on the plants or somewhere in the case of mud puddling, so they will have a different position of the wings. So that is also that was also recorded. So here you can able to see the butterfly called aphelies. They will be having a wing position of wing fluttering, and in some cases the wings are spread. But in this case of Indian sunbeam as well as the large oak blue, you can able to see the wings are upright and also half open. So in that way, they will be having 4 different wing positions that was also observed in the study area. This is one another behavior which was observed during our study. And coming into the larval food plants, as I told you earlier, the butterflies are not feeding on the plants, but you can able to see these butterflies will be hovering here and there, but they will finding out plants to lay the eggs. Afterwards, the younger ones, I mean the larval stages alone, voracious feeders, and they will be feeding on the plants. So in that, we have just recorded the aphelies that is being considered as a hemipterophagus, or otherwise we can call it as a predatory insects. They will be feeding on Paracoccus marginatus and also Planococcus citri. So these two are the major pests of the crops. I mean the hemipteran pests. Similarly, if you look into the other species that we have recorded, they will be having a different larval host plants. For example, simply I have highlighted some known plants alone because I have not given attention to everyone because we don't have time to discuss all those things. That is a Pongamia pinnata, that is a Pongamia granium, then also Jujubas, Jujuba. So all these are commonly available plants that is being preferred by these lycaenid butterflies for its development, and they are being considered as a larval food plants. So coming into the other things, that is a important plant species that are pollinated by the lycaenid butterflies, because these butterflies in one way they are acting as a pest or predator, and in another way they will be acting as a pollinating insects. So because in pollination, you may be knowing that honey bees and other bees will be involving in that, but the butterflies will also be involving in the pollination service of the many of the plant species. So in that we have documented several plant species that were pollinated by the lycaenid butterflies. So for example, Indian sunbeam that will be involving in pollination of the Fabaceae plants, whereas in the common period that is Ramanaceae, then Asteraceae was pollinated by the red period, and the Myrtaceae was pollinated by the pale grass blue. So similarly, the Myrtaceae was Indian cubid, and also Ramaceae, common cerulean. So in that way, we have recorded all the plant species, and we have identified these plant species with the help of the botanist. Then nectar food plants are the lycaenid butterflies, which are found in the study area. So what are the plants that yield nectar, so that these butterflies will get easily attracted? Because in the Centurion University campus, you can able to see lot of flowering plants are being grown. So even in the pots and the roadsides. So if you just have a look into the plants, you may able to see the presence of honeybees as well as the butterflies, because they are being mainly attracted towards the nectar. So in that way, in our study, in the study area, we have recorded the Lantana camara, then Tridox procumbens, then Jujubas species, then Ixora species, then Peprosia purpurea, and also Parthenium. All these plant species are majorly found, and they are yielding nectar food plants for the lycaenid butterflies. And from my study, what I would like to conclude is these lycaenid butterflies are being found in large numbers in the study area, and they have a different dimensions as predators, pests, as well as the pollinating insects. So in this, what we have to do is, there is a need for conservation of these butterflies so as to enable them, or so as to increase the diversity, for increasing the crop yield, as well as we can also going ahead with the mass multiplication of the predatory species, namely aphids, so that these insects can also be incorporated or used in the biocontrol programs. For example, if you look into the mealybugs, that is a Planococcus citri, or otherwise other species, control or management is very, very difficult nowadays, because even we are trying with several insecticide molecules. The farmers are again and again making complaint of not controlling these mealybugs. So in such a case, these predatory insects may be mass multiplied, and for which we have to develop a mass multiplication strategy, and that has to be commercialized. So by which we can increase the efficiency of these insects, and that can be incorporated in the biocontrol program in the pest management, especially the hemipterans. Thank you. Any doubts? Sir, it is only Lepidoptera. In the Lepidoptera, only one family, that is Lycaenidae, was covered. Actually, there are 5 families under the order Lepidoptera. Only one family, that is Lycaenidae. These are the butterflies called blue butterflies. This is the smallest one when compared to other butterfly species. Of course, it is our core area of research. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead, let's welcome Dr. Narottam De from Biswabharati Santiniketan, India, and he is presenting on simultaneous presence of rice types of 1 and SK locus, prerequisite for future submergence resilient rice. We have Dr. A.P. Sibamurugan with us here. Dr. A.P. Sibamurugan is here. Yes.
Myself Narottam De from Santiniketan Biswabharati. Well, so thank you for the organizer for giving me the chance to present my presentation here. Well, so today nowadays the problem is not the submergence, because okay. So now the problem is not only the submergence. A typical type of submergence which is present now, that is after the flash flood. Whenever a particular rice field become flash flood, then the water, instead of moving, that is instead of moving for that is reduce the length, increase the depth, it remain for a while, say maybe 15 days, 20 days. So as a result of which, the concept of submerged tolerance using the sub-1 management is nowadays not so fruitful, because what is happening, there is a new concept, that is the one type of water logging. Water logging is the condition for is, that means first flash flood is coming, then water remain around say 70 to 100 centimeter for a long time during when the plant is growing as well as gradually flowering. So this type of, so nowadays, as a result of which, sub-1 is not giving the backup for the plants. So in the meantime, that is, if we consider from the 1950 to around say 2013-14, all the world mainly submerged plants breeding program were associated with sub-1. As a result of which, a good number of sub-1 interest lines, so with the sub-1, then Swarna sub-1, Ajusena sub-1, a good number of sub-1 already is in the field. Now, now what is happening? That is the another loci, particularly SK locus, snorkeling loci has been reported. So snorkeling loci is one type of loci which is little bit different from the deep water rice which is available in the Assam. That is, this type of rice, this type of particular locus or genetic QTLs is providing the rice plants to grow better in the submerged condition, where rice is more than 70, that is 70 to 100 centimeter, and it is lasting for around say 15 days, 20 days. So initially I have started with the sub-1 QTLs, then gradually shifted to SK locus, that is snorkeling locus. Now I am working, my lab is focusing on both the loci at a time. So what are the things we have to consider? That is the online presentation. That was what I told you. That is the basic concept. Then the significance of combined traits. That is, we have to combine both this and this, flash flood as well as water logging at the same time. Then what are the morphological backup? Because there is no such different type of backup for the submergence one, that is water logging one. So there is a combined stage. So we have to very carefully see the condition of the field.
particularly water level. Then what are the biochemical tests we can do? Then obviously what is the basic genetic backup associated with this one? Then relevant adaptation. Then obviously we have to go for RT-PCR based confirmation as well as global transcriptome for the whole genome. Then we recently, you know, that is the mRNA based regulation is the in all the cases of in particularly expression level. This is associated with the mRNA based regulation, and then what will be the proposed model so that we can combat with that these two particular type of combined stress at a time, that is flash flood as well as water logging. Now you see, we are working on the three states, particularly obviously West Bengal, Odisha, as well as Assam. These are the so these are the basically these lines the little bit distorted whenever I get the posted here, and though that is we are putting in the graph paper. So you see, these are the different rice lines from the West Bengal. These are basically from the Odisha, and this is basically from the Assam lines on which we are working. And this is, you see the real situation. There is rice, this type of fields can grow up to around say more than 100 centimeter. And you see there are some adaptation regarding the some roots is coming from the, that is the from submerged stem portion. And in this condition, this type of rice are giving the flowering as well as panicles. Now, these are the different type of precious lines. Only the selected lines I have given you. There are some other lines. Okay. Now see, this is the scenario about this thing is known to us. Everything we know, that is it is the conventionally reported, and everything we know, that is these are the different type of adaptation regarding the depth as well as the different type of whenever a particular field is inundated with the fresh water. And these are the different parameter. These are the different type of parameter by which we can study. That is the morphological parameter, the anatomical parameter, as well as different type of biochemical parameter which we can study, and it is conventionally used day by day. Now, what? Yes. So then these are the total things, that is the based on the water depth and these things. These are the different scenario on which rice plants can be screened, as well as in the field it can be seen. Then the basic thing is that that is the particularly internode elongation, very much essential for the plant to survive, as well as the leaf blade should be increased or grown much more, as a result of which these particularly things, that is they can be the duration can be more than several months, so they can survive in this particular condition. Now, these are the biochemical backup. Then, whenever a particular plant is under the water, then these particular things, that is the PDC and ADH, giving the better management, particularly biochemical management, so that these things, particularly sugar, glucose, fructose, which are essential for the growth, particularly during the submergence and after the submergence recovery, this particular giving the backup for growing, and to as a result of which the total manage the total plant to survive as well as produce the seeds or the crops. Now, whenever these things I am showing here, because we are working on this particular area, that is the PDC management, this ADH, as well as the total this particular pathway, particularly for the real-time PCR, as well as some global transcriptome, and later we have also tried to do some breeding line to manage both the SAV1 as well as SK. Now you see, this is this we all know, that is regarding the SAV1, it is sorry. Okay. Next one. No, not working before. Can you change there? Okay. So this is the And we are mainly which is the snorkeling and snorkeling part okay, okay. Snorkeling activity working. Then, huh? Oh, look. Okay. So already we have discussed this one. That is the different function of the chromosome 9 specific sub-1 loci and how and that means we have to select those genotypes which contain which giving the backup of both the sub-1 sub-C which are responsible for this tolerance. Now regarding this one, that is the whenever we go for the screening of this one, then obviously we have to go for their availability of these loci as well as their expression. That means particularly you see that is the regarding the phenotype, plant height, which is very much important regarding the there is the tolerance of the submergence. Then how much number of plants is coming outside of the water, then how much number of leaves is coming outside the water, then leaf number, amount of leaf which is coming outside the water, above the water, and also the emergence of the particular percentage of emergence which is coming outside the water, out of water, so that it will be more tolerant to the submergence. Then a second thing that is the adaptation at the anatomical level, particularly development of airspace, particularly the parenchyma cell, which is help for the plant to be floating on the water, so that it should not be never submerged under the water, so that it will survive in this period. Then different type of biochemical things we have studied for the whole rice, whole the 3 different type of genotypes from the Assam, West Bengal as well as the Odisha. Then these are the, you see, these are the soluble sugar content for giving the biochemical backup. Then insoluble sugar just for whenever the submergence is over, then just to backup and the post submergence recovery period. Then you see their day to day, that is particularly during the submerged condition, how they change, because this will give the one indication at particular plant in which stage it is be good. Okay. In this way, that is the two basic fermentive enzymes, that is pyruvate decarboxylase and aldehyde dehydrogenase during this submergence period. Then you see the main thing, that is the regarding the genetic backup. You see in these cases, particularly in this, if we make the 3 genotypes, that is this genotype contain only the sub-1, this genotype contain only the SK. These are giving on the flash thread, these are giving the snorkeling activity, but we need both of them. So in this way, we have studied a number of genotypes, whether we can get the both the things. Now we will get, there are some genotypes where we get both the things. Say having both the things are in case of sub-1 as well as SK. So these are the promising genotypes which we can use through the breeding or different marker resistant selection for giving this one. And these are the, you see, whenever we are going for genotyping, then these are the different type of allelic forms which has been detected across the population. Then you see whenever we go for bioinformatics, particularly the after the Sanger sequencing of the fragments, then it shows a relationship with the not only for the different type of normal rise lines as well as some wide lines and some things, that is for the bioinformatics analysis we have done. Then you see that is the transcript analysis through real-time PCR, conventional real-time PCR. We have done the different, particularly pyruvate decarboxylase, aldehyde dehydrogenase, there in sucrose synthase, different type of important loci, genetic loci responsible for the submergence tolerance. We have done just to making the one type of making the grouping, which particular genotype is responsible for which type of adaptation of this type of things. Then you see we go for global transcriptome of the selected varieties with the help, with the association with the AgriGenome. So this is the how much number of genome, that is the how much number of genes were expressed during in which stage particularly. You see 7 days, 14 days, and we have only included 7 days, 14 days, because due to some scarcity of money, we are not included 21 days, and after that we will soon do, if we get some fund, then we can also do these things. Then that is the what are the different type of genetic loci or that in which are detected through global transcriptome analysis. And these are the, whenever you go for geoanalysis, what are their nature, that is the in reported nature of reported functional activity of those particular loci, what are the different type of loci was detected that we have done. Then you see these are the different loci which we will go for the validation of those particular work real time, because whenever you go for descriptive transcriptive analysis, we have to go for validation through the real time analysis. We have done in this way. And this is the different type of biochemical parameter which is screened through the study, and that is whether this particular findings was tallying with the biochemical parameters or not, that we have studied across the different stages of the submergence. And you see that is what are the different type of genes involved in this type of activity. That is the differential express transcription factor. There are some signaling molecules which are involved in this type of things. Then different type of particularly other type of particularly biological function, that is the Ross handling, and different type of carbohydrate metabolism, ethylene responsive factor, cell wall degradation, different type of things we have done. And these are the differential space genes. There are some, though we are very unfortunate, that is some of the two work shows the negative decision, because there are some disparity between the RT-based PCR based work and transcriptive analysis work. And then we have particularly in this lines cumulative board, which we have detected in our study very much showing both the phosphate as well as the snorkeling activity. We have made some biochemical profiling of we have made some model what are the different type of parameters which are involved with these type of things. Then the most important thing, we have identified some mRNA loci which are responsible for this type of snorkeling activity through the bioinformatics analysis, then validation through the routine protocol of the mRNA isolation, mRNA identification, and also the validation. I am not going into the details of the protocols, details. Only what I am showing, that is the particularly for snorkel loci, SK loci, we have identified a particular mRNA. That mRNA we go for validation, then validation through the real-time PCR, and it shows the proper binding with a particular target. The target is on located on the particularly in the SK locus, and we are confirming that particular things. Now we are trying to design some molecular marker linked with the snorkeling gene, because in literature there is a number of genes which has been molecular marker has been reported for the sub-1 loci. There is no such work has been done on particularly SK locus, its expression and its molecular marker. We are trying to develop some molecular marker which are linked with the SK locus. Then that was some bioinformatics analysis is showing the proper binding with the target loci, particularly mRNA, which shows that is it can be easily identified particular loci to the from that particular sequence. We can design some molecular marker which will act as a functional marker, because it will show the location as well as function of that particular in context of the submergence. It shows some fruitful results. Then it is showing that is yes, they are working. Bioinformatics it shows that is properly binding the target areas. Then it shows some, and the binding is somehow that is thermodynamically stable. Then this was the mRNA expression as well as the target expression. Then this was our model, that is the how we can say that is the at a time whenever a particular plant is showing submerged plants under the flash flood as well as the deep water flood, what may be the model. In this model we are trying to find out that is whenever there is a particularly deep water logging more than 21 days, what may be the possible pathway by which these total things happen, as a result of which we will get these particular phenotypes, that is the increased plant length, highest plant height, then internodal length, and all the things along with the different. We can include both SK locus as well as submergence locus in the same model, along with the three interactive hormones, particularly that is the ethylene gibberellic acid and abscisic acid into the same model, and we had published these results. Now these are the different type of publication which we done in the last 5 or 6 years, and so these are the different government fund we have received in the last 3 or 4 last 5 or 6 years. We have received some funds for doing this work, and these are my students who is working on this area. So thank you. If you have any questions, so I will be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there any question? Yes, please, sir.
Actually, what is happening, the condition is that it has been shown that in plants, either snorkel or sub-1 will be present. That was initial concept. Later it was a concept that yes, there may be both the genes may present, but at a time one gene is working. Then concept is again changed. Now it has been shown that after one gene, it can switch off the another loci, because what is the thing? Both the snorkel and sub-1 is ethylene responsive factor. As they are ethylene responsive factor and they are triggered by submergence, it has been now being studied, that is whether this particularly duration as well as depth, they are responsible for triggering this and this. Okay, that is now, this is the things. Now it is been studied. And when I submitted this ACRP project in that particular concept, nobody listened, because for the first time it was reviewed. Then when I was in abroad, then I contacted with one, that is Ronald Pamela, who is working authority in the that thing. I contact with that madam, this is the condition. Madam told that I cannot say whether you are correct or you are wrong, but I have no information. You can study, you may get right. That is the reason I have studied this one.
Thank you so much, sir, for the very nice presentation. Moving ahead, now let's get connected with Dr. Dipankar Chakrabarti from University of Calcutta, from Kolkata, India.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay.
Yes, and he is talking on genetic modification strategies to develop transgenic pigeon P events for pod border resistance. Sir, please share your slides.
Okay. Is it visible?
Please hold on for a second, sir. One more speaker. Hello, check. Sir, we can see your slides. Please
Okay.
full screen and go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So first of all, I am thankful to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to present my work. So today I'll be talking about genetic modification strategies to develop transgenic PGNP events for pod border resistance. So before I go into the topic, I will just go through a brief introduction of our work. So as we know that the stress is an important factor, especially the biotic stresses are very important for the plant health and overall crop production. So and we know that among the all the biotic stresses, insect and the fungal stress is one of are the most important stresses. And at this time point, we know that there are a lot of molecular biological techniques and genetic manipulation techniques we have available with us. Keeping in mind that we have also other kind of alternatives to control the biotic stresses or to get rid of biotic stresses in the plant. Among them, chemical inputs are most of the utilized methods, but we know that chemical inputs is not only harmful to the human health, but also it is not good for the environmental aspect, from the environmental aspect. So to replace the chemical input, we have some safer alternatives, and among them the genetic modification strategies are important all over the world. So in this context, I will just try to focus a bit on the present scenario of transgenic plant development in the world, and among the biotic crops grown in the world. We have now 29 countries all over the world. During 2019 it was reported, and we have 14 biotic crops that has been planted all over the world. And in India we have we are the 5th largest producer of the biotic crop, and those are basically the BT cotton or the genetically modified cotton. So in this context, we'll just try to focus on our problem on the crop that I am working on, that is the PGNP. We know that PGNP is an important pulse crop which has been originated from India, and it has a lot of a kind of contribution to the human health. And in India, it is the second most important food legume, and India is contributing more or less 78% of the global production. And we have 5.4 million ton production every year. And among the other countries, the Asia, and I mean the Asia is contributing the maximum part of the global production. Although we have a lot of production, we need to import in a substantial amount of this grain annually to meet our domestic demand. So now this particular crop is important for its protein content, and it has a lot of other nutritional factors, like it has the most important, it has the several mineral elements along with the protein content. So it has been considered as a very rich protein content vegetable source of protein content. So the most important factor for the production of this crop, the stress which I have already mentioned, the biotic stresses, among them the lepidopteran pest is one of the most important factor, and Helicobacter armigera lepidopteran pest, or the pod borer, which is the most important stress, biotic stress. And also we have the Fusarium modum, which is responsible for the vascular wilt. This also another factor that interfere with the production of this particular crop. So in our lab, we have strategies to develop some resistance in the plant, as well as to characterize some of the resistance factor in PGNP. We have two different approaches. One approach where we have taken for the insect resistance, that is where the desirable trait is absent in the gene pool. We relied on the genetic transformation strategies, because conventional breeding we found that not that much supportive in this aspect. And genetic transformation, we have seen that in a number of crop already reported where this particular group of insect, the Lepidopteran group of insect, especially the Helicobacter parmigera, has been withstand very effectively with some of the genes and some of the biotech crops already. And for the wilt resistance, the Fusarium wilt, we have taken a different approach because we found that in the wilt resistance there are certain genotypes which are already available as the wilt resistant genotypes in pigeon pea. But the problem is that in those genotypes we have a lot of resistance breakdown problem because of the changed genotypic combination of the Fusarium udum, and because of the changed genotype of the Fusarium udum, sometimes there is a possibility, and we have seen that the resistance can be broken down due to the changed genotype of the Fusarium udum. So because of this kind of interference with the resistant development, we have taken a different approach to find out more in more detail the molecular factors that are associated with the resistance, although that part I am not discussing in this particular presentation. So if I go back to the first point, that the insect resistance, when we started this work 10 years back, we found that the major problem in transgenic pigeon pea development was low regeneration frequency in the tissue culture of this particular plant, and also the agrobacteria mediated transformation rates are also very minimum in during that time. So we started to devise new transformation methods, and we found that the most important factor is root induction, where we have a lot of constraint of getting the fully regenerated plant. Even we have a very good transformation as well as the shoot formation, the root induction is a problematic process in tissue culture. So we tried to overcome that with the help of a method which we called as grafting. So we applied the grafting mediated root development, and we found that that is helping a lot in the plant establishment and the rate of recovery of the transgenic plant in the field conditions. So we tried that method with the binary vector, and ultimately we got the transgenic, and we found that the transformation efficiency has been increased till more or less 8 to 9% in two of the cultivars that we have tested in our laboratory. So this was the first kind of beginning of our work, that we started to get some more transgenics, because in case of the transgenic development, number of transgenic is very important. Unless until we have a very good number of transgenic, then we will not be able to get the desired transgenic event, which will give us the desired bioactivity with the transgene. So, and also we found that the selection is also very important, especially in the T1 generation. The selection is very important, and that too with a number of selection agent, because we know that in transgenic there is a need of selection of the transgenic plant, and as we wanted to develop a number of methods or a number of aspects we wanted to understand and wanted to make some more kind of utilization. So we developed a number of selection strategies, especially with a number of selection agents. So we tried with kanamycin, and with the kanamycin we established a very good system of T1 seed selection, and we found that 100 milligram per liter kanamycin was very effective selecting the seeds in the T1 generation, provided we treat the seeds with that particular concentration for 5 hours. So that was with the kanamycin. Then we took another approach to select with another selection agent that is called glufosinate ammonium, which is basically selected by, or which is basically selected by a gene which is called the BAR gene. So BAR selection marker was also standardized in our laboratory for the selection of the transgenic plant. So glufosinate painting assay was done. In that case, you take a transgenic plant, if you paint the leaf with glufosinate ammonium, if the transgene is there, or if the resistant gene is there, there will be no as because it is a herbicide, there will be recovery of the plant very fast. I mean, there is no yellowing of the leaf, so that can be selected on the basis of yellow coloration, which has been done by the herbicide glufosinate ammonium. So this is a selection where it is called basically the glufosinate painting assay. So we standardize that also, and then we try to find out, explore some more on the transgenic development. So then we tried a different method of transformation, because we found that the tissue culture is a kind of barrier. If we have more tissue culture steps, that creates more barrier towards the transgenic development. So we tried a different method where we can avoid most part of the tissue culture steps, and we can get a method where we will rely on a non-tissue culture transformation method. So here we develop a new method which is called plumular meristem transformation method, where we transform the plant at the culture. We have a very brief 3 to 4 days culture step, and then we immediately transfer the transformed plant into the artificial soil or the soil right for the further growth. And the selection is done basically in the T1 generation. So in T0 generation, we just rely on the plant development and getting more number of seeds. As because we had a very good T1 selection method, T1 seed selection method, this particular method was implemented very well, because the T1 selection, seed selection method is available to us. So basically this is the method that we tried. We tried 2 types of explant. One is the decapitated explant, and other one is the non-decapitated. So in the non-decapitated explant, we found that the transformation is not going to the deep, whereas in case of decapitated explant, transformation is effective and very going into the deep because of the gas assay. We found that in the deep, the tissue is giving us the gas expression. So that means the transformation is occurring in the whole meristem tissue. So we developed transgenic with this particular method, and we found that these transgenics can be selected very effectively in the T1 generation with the method that I have already described, the kanamycin selection, seed selection method. And the T1 transgenics were found that they were showing a very good integration pattern. Most of them are single copy integration, showing single copy integration, and some of them are with double copy. And this method we utilize further for our transgenic development. So this part we published, and we found that this is a very effective method, because we can get more or less 70% transformation efficiency, which has not been reported yet with any other methods. Now, this same method has been also implemented in chickpea, because we found that because the chickpea has also the same kind of growth pattern, and in chickpea also the plumular meristem can be accessible with the same kind of method. So we tried the same method in the chickpea, where we pricked the plumular meristem before transforming with the agrobacterium, and we found that there also, with the help of this method, we can increase the transformation frequency by 44% in the T1 generation with respect to T1 transformation transgenic recovery. Now, with these methods and standardization, we started our actual work, and we chose a toxin, BT toxin gene, the BT gene that has already been reported since 1901, where we have a lot of work during 90s and 80s, 1990s and 1980s, where it has been shown that this particular gene can it is basically a single gene product, this particular protein, and this protein directly with some multimeric fashion, it can act as a toxin, and it can make some kind of porous structure in the insect gut epithelial cells, and that will give the insect toxicity with this particular gene. So this has been already been tried as a biopesticide for more or less for 4 or 5 decades now. So this has a very acceptable kind of pattern also, in terms of its biopesticide activity. So it is an acceptable gene for the genetic modification that has been found by the biotechnologists during that time. So the mode of action, just briefly I'll go through, because I want to focus on a particular thing here. The mode of action is basically based on binding of this particular protein with some of the receptor, and these receptors are very important for giving a kind of pre-pore and the pore complex of this particular protein, and ultimately that pore complex will responsible for the loss of calcium ion, and that will make a disruption of the ion gradient between the epithelial cell and the lumen, and that's why you have lot of damage and irreversible damage in the gut epithelial cell, and that creates the basically the insect will basically die due to that particular kind of condition. So these receptors, more or less the cadherin receptor is very important here, and also we have a number of other receptors like alkaline phosphatase, aminopeptidase N, which are responsible for the binding of the protein to the gut. Now this Cry1AC, the Cry has a number of different derivatives, and the Cry1AC has been reported to have this kind of activity with the CAD receptor binding, and we found that another gene, that is another protein, Cry2A, it has a different kind of receptor specificity. So we and it has been utilized for multi-toxin strategy, because we know that in case of any kind of transgenic development, especially against the insect, there is a parallel evolution that is also going on in the insect to combat the resistance, and they change the receptor. Sometimes they over produce the receptor protein, and so that they can bypass the toxin. So there is a strategy by the insect also to combat that. You can, if you want to delay the resistance, we should have a multi-toxin strategy that has been already implemented in BT cotton. So for the next generation transgenic, that is the multi-gene stack transgenic, we also took the same kind of strategy, and we chose basically two toxins, Cry1AC and Cry2A, just to get this particular idea to be implemented later on. So on this particular background, we developed the vectors, and we have taken 4 binary vectors, and the first one is the Cry1AC, as I mentioned, with a very straightforward kind of organization, Cry1AC along with a marker gene, that is the kanamycin resistant marker, the NPT2, and we have also Cry2AA with the NPT2 marker. These 2 vectors were taken for the transformation. Simultaneously, we took a strategy for the elimination of the marker gene, and for that we devised 2 different other vectors, which I will discuss later part of my presentation, where we have the Cry1AC as a main gene, and we have the NPT2, which is basically under the control of 2 lock site, and that 2 lock site can be utilized for the elimination of this part of the construct upon integration in the plant by a gene, by a protein which is called Cray recombinase. So these 2 are also we have taken as vector, because we need to develop all these 4 different types of transgenic to implement the whole strategy. These 2 are for the straightforward transgenic, and these 2 for the marker-free transgenic. So in case of the transformation and the transgenic development, we have taken a criteria for selection and for development of the transgenic. That criteria is solely based on ability of the transgenic plant to produce the Cry protein. So the selection-based, expression-based selection was implemented for the first time in the transgenic development, especially in the pulses that we have taken, because we found that most of the pulse transgenic, it cannot perform well in the field condition because of the less expression ultimately in the field condition. So from the beginning, we tried to find out a strategy, or tried to get a strategy, to make some kind of strategy so that we can get more plant with a high expression profile of the Cry protein. And that's why we selected the plant on the basis of expression. Now, expression-based selection is very, very difficult sometimes, because you have to go through either the western of the plant primarily, or we have a kit for that can be taken for selection of the plant, and that kit is basically provided by Envirologist India, that is a company that provides kit for the BT cotton selection. So that kit also can be utilized for the PGNP, and we utilize, and we found that it is very effective. So the expression-based selection was done, and then we went for the other segregation analysis, the Mendelian segregation, single copy integration status, and then mortality. And in case of marker gene elimination, we have taken the strategy for the elimination. So before that, we took those plants which are having best expression among all the transgenic developed. So to develop such a strategy, first the primary transgenics are developed, the T0 transgenics are developed, and those were first selected or just screened through a very brief PCR, very low, I mean, with a very little bit amount of tissue, the DNA isolation on the PCR to find out the presence of the gene, as because we know that we have Cry1AC and Cry2A transgenics. So we basically selected the transgenics for the Cry1AC and Cry2A gene, and also the NPT2 for both kind of transgenics. Now, as because I told you that the selection was the criteria to select the plant. So I mean the expression. So for the expression we utilized the primary antibody, anti-Cry antibody set that we have developed in rabbit, and that is basically utilized for the selection of the plant in the T0 generation. Both Cry1AC and Cry2A plants are selected on the basis of the expression. Primarily, and then in the T1 selection, we took the seeds from the T0 plants, and the T1 seeds were selected on the basis of our previously developed method of seed selection, and through which we selected the plant. And if you see here, if there is a 5 hours treatment imbibition of the seed for 5 hours before the germination, then it has this kind of impact on the plant. If there is if you see here, the plants that are basically the transgenic that are growing very healthily, even if there is a present, it has been treated with the kanamycin, and here the control plants are not growing, and here it is without any kind of kanamycin. So we can see the comparable kind of growth of the plant, which are basically transgenic with the kanamycin treatment, and control without kanamycin treatment. So similarly, if you see the root growth is very, very important here, because kanamycin basically hampers root growth. So with the root growth also, we can select the plant which are transgenic and which are non-transgenic in a similar fashion. So now in the T1 generation, we went for the southern blot analysis, definitely, because we wanted to get the single copy transgenics, and the single copy transgenics are very important for further breeding programs, because in any case, transgenic plants has to be taken to the breeding program for the integration breeding. So T1 transgenics are selected on the basis of single copy plants. Only the single copy plants were selected for both Cry1AC and Cry2AA. Now, then we try to find out the plants for the expression level of the protein, and Cry1AC and Cry2A expression level was measured, and we found that the comparable expression level with the other reported transgenic has been obtained in our transgenic population, both with Cry1AC and Cry2A. 0.1 to 0.2% of total protein has been basically the most optimum level of expression level to get the desired bioactivity. Then we tested those plants for the insect resistant potential, and we found that the insect, the larva, the second and third instant larva, the plant can resist the second and third instant larva very effectively with the transgenic, with the transgene, both Cry1AC and Cry2A. And also, if you see, it can also reduce the plant, reduce the growth of the insect. That has also been tested using a kind of assay through which we can measure the weight of the insect upon feeding on the transgenic plant. So that has not been shown here, but I have some other data for that. I will show you later. So this is the bioassay data, and we found that 100% mortality can be achieved in the plant with the second and third instant larvae. Second to fourth, in fact, we have tried also with the third and fourth instant larvae. So we found that within 6 to 7 days, 100% mortality can be achieved in some of the transgenic plants, if not all. And 80% is basically the base level of mortality that we obtain in the selected transgenics. Now we established the T2 plants, and both for the Cry1AC, Cry2A, and we have the T3 seeds, and the further generation now we are analyzing. So this part basically we have already published, and then we have moved to the next part of the work, that is the marker-free transgenic, which I will explain now. So marker-free transgenic is basically we found that there are several reports on marker-free transgenic development. So why we need marker-free? When we try to find the different reason for that, we found that the markers are basically, a kind of gene that we do not require once the transgenic is established. And also, as because it is a gene and it is under the 35S constitutive promoter, so it basically utilizes a lot of resource in the plant. So and also another thing is that we have very limited number of selection marker and selection strategies available in plant, basically for the legumes. So, to get rid of this kind of situation, the best thing is that if we eliminate the marker gene, that will open some more opportunity for the further development of the transgenic, further kind of, multi-gene stack transgenic development, or and also, the consumer acceptance can also be increased, because in any case, we have eliminated the marker, which is a non-essential gene once the transgenic has been developed. So for that, there are several strategies. We have a number of strategies for that. So we took a strategy where the excision of the selectable marker gene was done through a Kralox mediated recombination approach. Okay, this is a site-specific recombination approach where we have, as I mentioned already, the marker genes are basically flanked with a LOX site, which is a recombination site, which has been basically we cross with a plant which is expressing the Cray recombinase. Now, when the Cray recombinase will come to the same system with the LOX LOX recombination site, then there will be the site-specific recombination, and that will eliminate the selection marker gene. So this is the strategy we took. We developed two different transgenic lines. One is expressing Cray recombinase, and other one the LOXP flanked selection marker having, and with a gene of interest. In our case, it is Cry1AC. So we developed the independent transgenics, and we cross these two particular lines to get a marker-free line, marker-free event. So in our strategy, this was basically done. So we have the Cry1AC and Cry1AC LOX transgenics, and we have the Cray bar transgenic development. And then in the T1 generation, because we know that we have already mentioned that the T1 is very important, because the selection strategy we implement in the T1 generation. So with the T1 hemizygous plant, we went for the crossing. So it is a hemizygous crossing, not the homozygous crossing. So with the hemizygous plant, we went for the crossing. And in the T2 generation, we are expecting 1 out of 4, that is in a 3:2 fashion, the marker will be eliminated in this particular fraction. So this we have to find out. And then we went for another generation for the selfing of this particular fraction of the plants. And with the self, upon selfing, in the next generation, in the T3 generation, we found that we can also segregate out the Cray bar gene. So we can also segregate out the Cray bar gene, get the transgenic which is solely expressing the Cry1AC without any kind of interfering gene. So this is the strategy we took, and we reached to T3 generation, and we reached to this particular fraction of the population, and we got a fraction of the population expressing only the Cry1AC gene in the homozygous state. So so in this particular strategy also, we develop both types of transgenic, the Cry and Cray, as I mentioned that. And we selected the plants in the T0 generation. As I mentioned that this is basically the kit-based selection, where from the Envirologics USA, where we have a band that appear if there is a presence of the protein, the Cry protein. So this can be utilized for a very crude selection. Then in any case, the Western is the ultimate selection of the plant. So we took that particular strategy. And then, as I mentioned that T1 selection is very important for us, because in T0 we do not have much control on the development, because T0 is without selection development. So in the T1 generation, the seed selection were done, and with the help of that, we identified the Cry1AC and the Cry1AC population. And in case of Cray recombinase population, we took the strategy that I mentioned already, the glufosinate painting assay. Through that assay, we identified the fraction of the population which is carrying the Cray recombinase gene, and presence of both bar and Cray. Bar is the selection marker in that particular construct along with the Cray recombinase gene. So so we selected through PCR also, and then as I mentioned that the Western blot was done, and to find out the proper expressing population, the cryo-NAC both and also the expression level was measured, and then also we went for the Western with the Cray recombinase population. This is the Cray recombinase expressing population, and then as because we need to cross the plant which are having only single copy gene, a single copy, those are the single copy transgenic that should be identified before the crossing. So we went for the southern, and we understand and try to get the idea about the integration pattern, and only the plants with the single copy integration was taken for the crossing. And then in case of Cray recombinase, also the same strategy. We went for the southern, and we chose the plants which are basically the single copy with the single copy integration, and then the crossing. And also in the T1 generation, we did another analysis just to find out, the visual expression profile of the transgenes in case of Cry and Cray. We found that the gene is expressing. This is basically immunohistochemical localization of the gene. So through the histofluorescence study, we identified the expression profile on the tissue. And then, as I mentioned that now we are after the crossing, we are in the T2 generation, and then we are searching for this particular fraction. This can easily be found out by the presence of, through PCR, by the presence of the Cray bar and cryo-NAC gene, because NPT2 will be lost. So we are basically searching for the fraction where the NPT2 is negative, but there is a positivity for all the other genes. So this can be done with a multiplex PCR, or you can do with basically the simultaneous PCR with the same plant. We took that particular approach, and we identified those plants which are negative for the marker and positive for all the other genes. And that is also verified by the southern, and we found that a fraction is basically negative for the marker, but the positive for the transgene or the gene of interest, cryo-NAC. So now after that, as I mentioned, that we went for the selfing, and now we are after the selfing, we come to the T3 generation, and we try to find out which is basically negative for all the other genes, but only positive for the cryo-NAC. So this fraction we tried to find out again through PCR, and then with the help of Southern, we confirmed it after the PCR that this fraction is devoid of Cray recombinase, and it is showing the presence of cryo-NAC. So this is the desired T3 transgenic plant. So this has been identified. And now we went for the other assays like expression study, because in any case, those marker-free plants should express the gene and should have the desired bioactivity, and that was verified. And we have the proper expression profile that was obtained. And then we went for the bioassay. As I mentioned, that the two types of bioassays are done. One for the mortality, and other one is basically the weight loss bioassay, where we try to find out whether insect are gaining weight or it is losing weight in the transgenic plant. And we found that these are done with the bigger insect, that is with the third or fourth instar larvae, and these are done mostly with the second or third instar larvae. So we found that in a similar fashion, we have the 100% mortality in some of the marker-free T3 transgenics. And similarly, the bigger insect, they are also losing weight, and sometimes they are dying totally in the transgenic plant. And we are getting very good kind of verification of our transgenic plant for the bioactivity with all the other desired molecular analysis and the marker-free stage achieved. Now, in this particular stage, we have several transgenic developed, and among them we have more or less a number of T3 transgenic we have developed. We have 5 T3 hybrid transgenics which are having 100% mortality. More or less, some of them are having 80%. Most of them are basically the 100% mortality that we already published in applied microbiology and biotechnology, and we are now in the phase of developing or evaluating the more number of homozygous events from those transgenics, and moving further with the transgenics. So that is the plan. Now, this is the work that we have done with the PGNP transgenic. And in conclusion, I would like to just touch certain thing that as we know that the transgenic technology we have, it has a lot of potential, although we do not have any edible transgenic in India till date. But we are waiting for that day that when it will be basically acceptable by the mass, and then we will be having the edible transgenic also, because we are already at least the 5th largest producer of the transgenic in non-edible plants. So molecular and phenotype analysis of the transgenic events are basically very important for any kind of before you go for the field evaluation. Biosafety aspects, which is very important, has to be explored for all the transgenic events, and as we know that judicial use of the technology is the key. So with this, I'll just like to conclude. Before that, I would like to acknowledge the funding has been received by ICAR, the National Fund funding. So it was funded during 2000. It was the funding was basically it has ended during 2017. After that, there was no fund available. So we are working on our own. So we are still working on this particular aspect. And the infrastructure support of University of Calcutta and St. Xavier's College has to be acknowledged. And the group of students without whom I cannot achieve anything. So they are basically working a lot on this particular aspect also. Apart from that, we work on some other aspects also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dipankar Chakrabarti. Very well presented. Thank you once again. Moving ahead, now let's welcome Dr. Saranya Kupusamy from Anna University, Chennai. And yes. Sir, we are running short of time. We are also moving for the cultural event.
Okay, okay.
You can get his number from his student. So we are absolutely running sort of time. We are absolutely sorry about this. You can get his number from his student and you can contact him. Moving ahead, Dr. Saranya Kupusamy. Let's get connected to Dr. Saranya Kupusamy from Anna University, Chennai. And the topic is legume green manuring inhibit veterinary antibiotics uptake and accumulation by different vegetable crops.
Is the slide visible?
Yes, very much visible, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Today I'm going to present about one of our works where we have found that the application of green manure can reduce the uptake of veterinary antibiotics like sulfamethoxazole, especially when the food crops are cultivated in antibiotics contaminated agricultural soils. As that of human antibiotics, even veterinary antibiotics like tetracycline, sulfamethoxazole, like sulfonamides are also used at a very higher level. And the consumption and as well as the production of these veterinary antibiotics are increasing day by day, not only in the developed countries, but also in developing countries like India. And among the veterinary antibiotics, especially sulfonamides and most importantly sulfamethoxazole, they are used in intensive animal farming either to increase the animal's growth or yield or even to treat the disease in case of animals. But whenever an animal is injected with an antibiotic, what happens is majority of them doesn't get degraded in their digestive system, and most of them, even as high as even 70 to 80%, they are excreted as such in their urine as well as fecus. And when we make use of these urine as well as fecus, and when we convert them into an organic animal manure and we take it for field application, then the agricultural soils get contaminated with these veterinary antibiotics. And whatever crop is cultivated in such soils, they are getting exposed to antibiotics. As a result, the antibiotics get accumulated in their root. From the root, they are getting translocated even to the edible part of the crop. In case if the antibiotics get accumulated in the edible part of the crop, then there is a very big global threat because they enter into our table and then it enters into our system, and they may pave way for the emergence of antibiotic resistant microorganisms. Therefore, the most important need of the hour is we have to identify some strategies to remove the antibiotics from the soil. And the existing literature more clearly shows that veterinary antibiotics are accumulated in the edible part of the crop. For example, in crops like carrot, potato, lettuce, corn, cabbage, etc. And the concentration varies from around even 0.002 microgram per kg even to as high as even 2,200 microgram per kg. So as I told before, we have to come up with some strategies so that we can reduce the concentration, that is the residual concentration of antibiotics in soil, and thereby reduce the uptake of antibiotics by the edible part of the crops. And we believe that the application of green manures or green leaf manures, they may add a lot of carbon as well as the nutrient content in the soil. And as a result, the soil microbial activity might get enhanced, and the microorganisms which has got the potential to degrade the antibiotics, they may get activated and they may degrade the antibiotics that is present in the soil. And overall, the uptake of veterinary antibiotics by plants could be reduced. And among the green manures, we would like to focus a lot on danger as well as sun hemp because they are mostly used in our locality, especially in crop production by the local farmers. And when we looked into the existing literature to identify if someone had already made use of green manures to reduce the uptake of antibiotics by the food crops, we found that in South Korea, people had made use of green manure, especially the hairy veg, and they have found that when they make use of hairy veg and when they incorporate it in the soil before crop production, then it supports them to reduce even 30% of antibiotic uptake by the crops that is taken for consumption. The model crop that they used was lettuce. So keeping all these in mind, the objective of our study was to explore if danger and sun hemp can aid in the reduction in the uptake of antibiotics by the vegetable crops like spinach as well as radish that we consume mostly in our day-to-day life. To do our experiments, we initially collected the antibiotics uncontaminated soil, and then we spiked antibiotic artificially, and then we got the artificially antibiotic contaminated soil. And in that, we did a set of pot culture studies using the radish as well as spinach. And then we found what is the residual concentration of antibiotics in soil and what is the residual concentration of antibiotics in the different parts of the crop. And for our study, we used different treatments. The first treatment was like the plant that was grown in unfertilized soil. Another one was the plant that was grown in NPK fertilized soil. And the next one was the plants were grown in compost fertilized soil. And the plants were also grown in green manure incorporated soil. One treatment was with danger, another one with sun hemp, because we wanted to identify like what is the trend when we amend the soil with inorganic fertilizers like NPK, which is used predominantly, and also when the soil is amended with the compost like organic fertilizers, which is used in a very higher level in comparison with the incorporation of green manure. And the model antibiotic that we used was sulfamethoxazole, and they were spiked at two different concentrations. One was 1 ppm and 10 ppm because these are the environmental relevant concentrations. And the crop that we used was radish as well as spinach, and we conducted the experiment until 60 days, and we collected the samples at regular intervals every 30 days. We collected the soil sample as well as plant sample, and we recorded what is the concentration of antibiotics in soil as well as plant using the LCMS-MS analysis. And we also try to explore what was the microbial activity in the soils after the addition of NPK or compost or danger as well as sun hemp by making use of the dehydrogenase activity test. And our results showed that whatever soil that we made use for pot culture study, it had a neutral pH and also the adequate concentration of nitrogen, phosphorus as well as potassium, which may support the growth of the plant. And we also confirmed that via LCMS analysis that the soil was free from antibiotics, especially from different classes of sulfonamides. So whatever concentration that we spiked were the actual concentration of antibiotics that was present in the test soil. And we also explored how much amount of carbon, nitrogen, as well as phosphorus, as well as potassium was contributed by the addition of sun hemp, danger, as well as compost, in order to briefly understand what could be the nutrient status of the soil in which both radish as well as spinach are being raised. And The most important results of our study more clearly showed that when the soil was contaminated with around 1 ppm of sulfur methoxazole, and when that soil received different kinds of fertilization, either NPK or organic fertilizers, even the green manures, towards 60 days, there was a significant decrease in the residual concentration of antibiotics, notably in the pots that received sun hemp as well as danger. The concentration of antibiotics was brought to negligible level, not only in the soil, but also even in the edible part of the crop. However, when the concentration of antibiotic was increased to around 10 ppm, we were able to find that there was a significant reduction in the concentration of antibiotics in the soil. However, in the edible part of radish, that is the root, there was antibiotics that was present, and the study more clearly showed that when the concentration of antibiotic gets increased, then obviously if we are going to cultivate root crops like radish in the antibiotic contaminated soil, then obviously we are in a risk to get exposed to antibiotics, because the radish is accumulating antibiotics in it. Whereas in case of spinach, same as that of the trend that was observed in radish, addition of danger as well as sun hemp did reduce the concentration of antibiotics in the soil as well as in the edible part of the crop. And most importantly, especially in the edible part of the crop, that is leaf that we generally consume in case of spinach, with danger as well as sun hemp incorporation, we were able to bring the plant uptake to a very lesser level. That too, when sun hemp was incorporated, the amount of antibiotics that is accumulated by spinach leaf was found to be negligible. It was below the detection limit. So from those results, we were able to deeply understand that yes, incorporation of green manure does work in reducing the uptake of antibiotics like sulfur methoxazole by the food crops. Probably it is because, as I told before, the microorganisms may get activated and they are causing the biodegradation of antibiotics in the soil. And as a result, by the end of the day, the uptake of antibiotics by the plant is becomes quite negligible. And most importantly, from our study, we understood it is not safe to grow for the cultivation of root crops, whereas it is safe to go for the cultivation of leaf crops when and soil is contaminated with antibiotics. And then whenever an antibiotic is present in the soil, the pathway to which they are exposed to is either the antibiotics may be sequestered in the soil, or they may be sorbed, they may be leached, or they may be exposed to runoff, and mostly they are uptaken by the plant, and majority of them gets biodegraded. So from our study, we found that when we are adding sun hemp as well as danger, majority of them, even more than 95% of them, are getting biodegraded compared to those uptaken by the plant or getting sequestered in the soil. The trend was observed even when the concentration was as less as 1 ppm, and also when the concentration was as high as 10 ppm, majority of them are found to be getting biodegraded. So it is an assumption that when we add danger as well as sun hemp, then it aids the biodegradation of antibiotics, and thereby it reduces the uptake of antibiotics by the plants. And we also explored what was the microbial activity in the antibiotic contaminated soil when we are adding the danger as well as sun hemp. And as we predicted, we found that the microbial activity did enhance. And as a result, we were able to conclude that whenever the danger as well as sun hemp are added, the microbial activity gets increased and the microbes are getting activated. They are enhancing the biodegradation, and as a result, the complete plant uptake is brought to a negligible level. And from our study, we wanted to give a practical guide for the farmers in in case if they are into organic farming and if they are converting their animal manures, and when they are using it for farming for several years, then obviously they have to check their soil for the antibiotic levels in it. And in case if they come across that antibiotics is present, then obviously they have to avoid the cultivation of vegetable crops like the root crops, and they can go for the cultivation of leafy vegetables and all. And overall, from our study, we are able to come up with a viable strategy that is a cost-effective strategy that can be administered to the farmers, especially who are involved in organic farming for years. And now we are actually in the verge of deeply exploring what could be the plant uptake when other kinds of antibiotics, different classes of antibiotics are present in the soil. And apart from green manures, we are exploring the effect of green leaf manuring, and also we are exploring the addition of other kinds of organic amendments. And we are also trying to deeply understand what is the mechanism involved and also the entire pathways of veterinary antibiotics that is present in the agricultural soils. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saranya ma'am, and for such an informative presentation. I will request to everyone to attend the cultural program in the stage area. Thank you. Today's session is end with this. Thank you for the attending the seminar.